Before anything went wrong, before the fruit and the serpent and the terrible silence that followed, the world was a place where nothing died. That is worth pausing on, because every story that comes after this one takes place in a world saturated with death, and we have grown so accustomed to it that we forget it was not always the condition of things. The garden that the Hebrew writers placed at the beginning of everything was not a metaphor for innocence. It was innocence itself, a walled enclosure where a man and a woman walked in unbroken communion with the voice that had made them, where the ground gave freely, where the animals had no reason to run, and where the very concept of blood spilling onto soil had not yet entered the vocabulary of creation. The air in Eden did not carry the scent of decay. The rivers ran clear and purposeful, branching into 4 great channels that watered lands rich with gold and onyx and aromatic resin, as though beauty were the natural state of matter and not the exception. Into this world God had placed 2 creatures made from dust and breath, and he had given them every tree, every fruit, every green thing that grew, with a single prohibition that would seem almost comically modest were it not for the catastrophe it eventually produced. The tree stood in the center of the garden, alongside the tree of life, and God's instruction concerning it was plain and unambiguous. You may eat from every tree in this place, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. That word, die, must have carried almost no weight at all when it was first spoken. Adam had never seen a corpse. He had never watched the light leave the eyes of a living creature. He had no frame of reference for what death meant, only the authority of the voice that spoke it and the trust that held the entire arrangement together. The prohibition was not a trap. It was a boundary, the kind a father sets for a child who does not yet understand the danger of fire, not because the father enjoys restriction, but because the thing on the other side of the boundary is genuinely lethal, and for a time, however long that time lasted, the boundary held. Then the serpent spoke. The Hebrew text introduces the creature with a single adjective, arum, meaning crafty, subtle, shrewder than any other beast of the field. It does not explain where the serpent's cunning came from, or why this particular animal was granted the capacity for speech, or what dark intelligence was operating behind its words. Later traditions would identify this voice with a fallen angel, a once luminous being who had turned against his maker, but Genesis itself offers no such explanation. The serpent simply appears, already speaking, already asking the one question designed to destabilize everything. Did God actually say, "You shall not eat from any tree in the garden"? Notice the precision of the distortion. God had said they could eat from every tree except one. The serpent reframed the command as though it were a blanket prohibition, a God who gives a garden and then forbids you to enjoy it. Eve corrected him, mostly. She recounted the instruction, but added a detail that was not in the original. "Neither shall you touch it, lest you die." God had said nothing about touching. Whether Eve was embellishing out of caution, or whether the command had already begun to blur in her memory, the effect was the same. The boundary was already shifting, becoming something slightly different from what had actually been spoken. And the serpent, sensing the opening, drove straight through it. "You will not surely die," he said. "For God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." This is the oldest lie in the story, and it has never gone out of circulation. The promise was not that they would become gods. It was that they would become like God, possessing the same knowledge he possessed, no longer dependent on his voice to tell them what was good and what was harmful. They would see for themselves. They would judge for themselves. The serpent presented the fruit not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of liberation. And that is what made it so effective. He did not ask them to hate God. He asked them to outgrow him. And the woman, looking at the tree with new eyes, saw that the fruit was good for food, that it was pleasant to look at, and that it was desirable for gaining wisdom. 3 appeals: to the body, to the eye, and to the mind. She took it and ate. And she gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. The text does not say Adam was deceived. Later, writers would make much of this distinction. Eve was beguiled. Adam walked into it with his eyes open, standing right beside her, saying nothing when the serpent spoke, offering no correction, raising no objection. He simply took the fruit from her hand and ate. Whatever was happening inside the man at that moment, whether it was cowardice or complicity, or a reckless desire to stay with the woman even at the cost of everything, the text does not say. It only records the action and the immediate aftermath. Their eyes were opened, and they knew they were naked. What a strange first consequence. Not pain, not death, not fire from the sky, but shame. They looked at themselves and for the first time felt exposed, vulnerable, wrong. They sewed fig leaves together to cover their bodies, a frantic improvisation that tells you everything about the new condition they had entered. Before the fruit, they had been naked and unashamed, a phrase that implies not innocence in the childish sense, but a total absence of the need for concealment. Now they were stitching leaves together in a garden where no one had ever needed clothing, trying to hide from each other what they had always freely seen. The covering was their first invention, and it was born from terror. Then came the sound that changed the temperature of the story entirely. God walked in the garden in the cool of the day. That phrase, the cool of the day, carries in Hebrew the sense of a breeze, the wind of late afternoon, as though this was a habitual thing, a daily appointment, a time when the Creator came to walk with the ones he had made. The rabbinical commentators would later imagine this as a regular occurrence, God arriving at evening to talk with Adam and Eve the way a father returns home to be with his children. If that is true, then what follows is not merely a judicial scene. It is the rupture of a relationship. The moment a father arrives to find his children hiding behind the furniture and knows, before a word is spoken, that something irreversible has happened. "Where are you?" God called, not because he did not know, because he wanted Adam to say it. Adam answered from the trees, his voice tight with a fear he had never felt before. "I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself." God's response was immediate. "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" And here, in this moment of confrontation, Adam performed the second act of cowardice in the story's short history. "The woman you put here with me," he said, "she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." The deflection was double. He blamed Eve, and then, with breathtaking audacity, he blamed God for giving her to him. The woman, when questioned, offered her own deflection. "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Everyone was pointing elsewhere. No one was willing to stand in the full weight of what they had done. What followed was a sequence of judgments that cascaded outward from the garden, like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. The serpent was cursed above all livestock and wild animals, condemned to crawl on its belly and eat dust for the rest of its existence. The woman was told that her pain in childbearing would be greatly multiplied, and that her desire would be for her husband, and he would rule over her, a disruption of the partnership that had been the original design. The man was told that the ground itself was now cursed because of him, that it would produce thorns and thistles, and that he would eat by the sweat of his face until he returned to the dust from which he had been taken. "For dust you are," God said, "and to dust you shall return." But buried in the curse upon the serpent was a single line that would echo through every generation that came after, a line so dense with meaning that it would take the rest of the biblical story to unpack it. God said to the serpent, "I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." A descendant of the woman would come. He would engage the serpent in a final confrontation. He would be wounded in the process, struck in the heel, but the serpent would receive the fatal blow, crushed at the head. This was not a peace treaty. It was a war foretold, and the war would cost the victor something. The heel that crushes is also the heel that bleeds. The ancient rabbis called this line the proto-evangelium, the first gospel, the first whisper of redemption, spoken before the exiles had even left the garden. And they were right to hear it that way, because what God was doing in this moment was not merely punishing the guilty. He was announcing, in the very breath of judgment, that judgment was not the end of the story. Something else was coming. Someone else was coming. And the arrival would not be painless. But before the man and the woman were sent out from the garden, before the cherubim were posted at the eastern gate with the flaming sword that turned every direction, God did something that the text records in a single verse, almost in passing, as though it were too painful to dwell on. Genesis chapter 3, verse 21. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. Garments of skin, not fig leaves, not woven fabric. Skin. And skin does not come from a living animal. Somewhere in the garden, in a place where nothing had ever died, God killed a creature. The text does not say what kind of animal it was, does not describe the act, does not linger on the details. It simply states the result. God made clothing from the skins, and he put them on the man and the woman. But consider what this means. Consider what Adam and Eve must have witnessed. They had named the animals. They knew every creature in the garden by its particular gait, its sound, its habits, and now, for the first time, they watched one of those creatures die. They saw blood leave a body. They saw the stillness that follows the departure of life. They watched God himself perform the act of killing, taking the life of something innocent in order to cover the guilt of something that was not. This was the first sacrifice, and it was performed not by a priest, not by a prophet, not by any human hand, but by God himself. And the purpose of it was not punishment, it was covering. The Hebrew word that would later be used for atonement, kafar, means precisely this: to cover, to overlay, to conceal from sight. Adam and Eve had tried to cover themselves with fig leaves, with the work of their own hands, and it had not been sufficient. God replaced their inadequate covering with one that cost a life. The pattern was being laid down in blood on the first pages of the story. The guilty cannot cover themselves. The covering requires a death, and the death must be provided by God. They were sent out from the garden. The text says God drove them out, a word that carries the force of banishment, of expulsion, and he stationed cherubim at the eastern entrance, along with a flaming sword, flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. The way back was closed. The age of unbroken communion was over. Adam and Eve walked east, away from the garden, into a world that now bore thorns and required sweat, a world where every birth would be accompanied by pain and every life would end in a return to dust. They carried with them nothing from their former home except the animal skins on their backs and the memory of what they had lost, and the promise, the strange, half-hidden promise that someone someday, born of a woman, would settle the account. The next scene in Genesis moves forward with unsettling speed. Eve bore Cain, and then Abel. 2 sons, 2 brothers, And the text wastes no time on their childhood, their first words, their relationship as boys. It tells us only what they became. Cain was a worker of the ground, and Abel was a keeper of flocks. One tilled the cursed soil, the other tended animals. One produced grain, the other produced lambs. And in the course of time, both brothers brought an offering to God. The phrase, "in the course of time," is important because it suggests that the practice of bringing offerings was already established, already expected. Somewhere between the expulsion from the garden and this moment, the idea of sacrifice, of bringing something valuable before God and presenting it as an acknowledgement of His authority and their dependence, had become a regular act. Whether God had instructed them directly, or whether Adam had passed down what he had witnessed, the first sacrifice in the garden, the text does not say, but the brothers knew that an offering was required, and they each brought one. Cain brought fruit of the ground, the produce of his own labor from the very soil that God had cursed. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock and their fat portions. The text says that God looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering He did not look with favor. And here, at the fulcrum of this small and devastating story, centuries of readers have asked the same question. Why? Why was Abel's offering accepted and Cain's rejected? The text does not say explicitly that grain was unacceptable and blood was required, but the distinction it draws is precise and deliberate. Abel brought the firstborn, the best of what he had, and he brought the fat portions, the richest part, the portion that in later Israelite law would always belong to God. The emphasis is on the quality and the cost of the gift. Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil, a phrasing that suggests neither the first nor the best, simply a portion, adequate perhaps, but not sacrificial in the truest sense. But there is something deeper operating beneath the surface. Abel brought blood. He brought an animal, a life, a death. His offering cost something its life. It aligned with what God had already demonstrated in the garden, that the proper covering for human guilt is not the fruit of human effort, but the death of an innocent substitute. Abel's offering was not merely generous, it was correct. It echoed the pattern God Himself had established when He killed the first animal and clothed the first sinners. Cain's offering, however sincere, however laborious, was the work of his own hands brought from cursed ground, an attempt to approach God on terms that God had not set. The writer of Hebrews, many centuries later, would say it plainly. By faith, Abel offered to God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain. The difference was not in the men's sincerity, but in their faith, their willingness to approach God according to the way God had prescribed rather than the way they preferred. And this distinction, quiet as it is in these early chapters, would become the central question of the entire biblical narrative. Can a human being approach God on their own terms, or must they come through the sacrifice God provides? God's response to Cain was not cold or dismissive. He spoke to him directly, which is itself remarkable. "Why are you angry?" God asked. "Why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must rule over it." The language here is startling. Sin is described as a living thing, an animal, crouching, waiting, desiring. It is the same word used in the curse upon Eve. Your desire will be for your husband. Sin wanted Cain the way a predator wants prey, and God was warning him, plainly and urgently, that the rage building inside him was not merely an emotion but a force, and that he still had the power to master it. Cain did not master it. The next verse is devastating in its economy. Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Some ancient manuscripts include the invitation to the field. Others omit it, leaving only the act. But the detail matters, because it reveals premeditation. This was not a flash of rage, not a blow struck in a moment of blind fury. Cain planned it. He invited his brother to a place away from their parents, away from witnesses, and he killed him there, in the open ground, where the soil could drink what was spilled. The first murder was a fratricide, and it was committed over worship. The first human being to die at the hand of another was a man whose only crime was that his offering had been accepted. Abel had done nothing to Cain. He had not taunted him, had not boasted, had not demanded that his brother change his ways. He had simply brought his lamb and offered it, and God had responded with favor. And for that, his brother killed him. What happened next is one of the most haunting exchanges in all of ancient literature. God came to Cain, just as he had come to Adam in the garden, and asked a question to which he already knew the answer. "Where is your brother Abel?" And Cain, with a defiance that his father had not quite managed, replied, "I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper?" The echo of Adam's evasion is unmistakable, but the escalation is severe. Adam had hidden and deflected. Cain lied and sneered. "Am I my brother's keeper?" is not merely a denial. It is a philosophical challenge, a refusal to accept responsibility not just for the act of murder, but for the very concept of obligation to another human being. In 4 words, Cain articulated the creed of every tyrant and every indifferent bystander who would follow him. I am not responsible for what happens to someone else. God's response cut through the posture like a blade. "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground." Blood that cries from the ground. The image is extraordinary. Abel was dead, his body broken, his voice silenced, but his blood, soaking into the earth, was not silent. It had a voice. It was calling out, and what it called for was justice. The Hebrew word used here, tzak, is the cry of the oppressed, the scream of the wronged, the sound a person makes when they have been violated and no human authority will act on their behalf. Abel's blood was making that sound from the dirt, and God heard it. This detail, so easy to pass over, is one of the most important in the entire opening act of the Bible. Blood speaks. Innocent blood wrongfully shed does not simply soak into the ground and disappear. It cries. It testifies. It demands a response. And the response it demands is not silence or forgetting, but justice, reckoning, an answer that matches the weight of what has been done. The writer of Hebrews would return to this idea at the very end of the biblical narrative and add a single staggering qualifier. You have come to Jesus, the mediator of a new covenant, and to the sprinkled blood that speaks a better word than the blood of Abel. Abel's blood cried out for justice. The blood that would one day be spilled on a hill outside Jerusalem would cry out for something else entirely. It would cry out for mercy. But that day was still a long way off, and the world had not yet learned what mercy would cost. Cain was cursed. The ground, already hostile because of Adam's sin, would now yield nothing at all for Cain. He would be a restless wanderer on the earth, driven from the soil he had worked, from the family he had broken, from the presence of God that he had treated with such contempt. Cain protested that the punishment was more than he could bear, that whoever found him would kill him, and here God did something unexpected. He placed a mark on Cain, a sign, a protection. Anyone who killed Cain would suffer vengeance 7 times over. The mark was not a brand of shame, it was a shield. Even in exile, even after the blood of his brother had soaked into the earth, God extended a form of mercy to the murderer that the murderer had not extended to his victim. Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden, east, farther still from the garden, farther from the entrance where the cherubim stood guard. The direction of exile in Genesis is always east, always away, always deeper into the territory of distance and estrangement. And in Nod, Cain built a city, the first city, and named it after his son Enoch. He became a builder, a founder, a man who shaped the world around him, and his descendants would go on to invent music and metalwork and the raising of livestock. The line of Cain produced culture, industry, innovation, but it also produced Lamech, a man who boasted to his wives that he had killed a man for wounding him, a young man for striking him, and that if Cain was avenged 7 times, then Lamech would be avenged 77 times. Violence was not diminishing, it was compounding. The blood on the ground was becoming a flood. Meanwhile, Eve bore another son. She named him Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth was the replacement, the continuation of the line that Abel's death had threatened to end. And from Seth came Enosh, and from Enosh came a generation that did something the text marks as significant. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. Worship returned. The practice of seeking God, of crying out to Him, of acknowledging His presence and authority, resumed through the line of the one who replaced the slain brother. The thread had been cut, but it had been tied again, and it would continue, generation after generation, a bloodline carrying a promise through a world increasingly saturated with the consequences of that first, catastrophic choice among the trees. What had been established in these opening chapters was not a set of rules or a theological system, but a pattern, a grammar of redemption that would repeat and deepen with every retelling. The pattern was this: humanity sins and falls short. The guilt cannot be covered by human effort. God provides a substitute whose death covers the guilty. Innocent blood speaks, and through a chosen line, a promise moves forward toward a fulfillment that no one yet fully understands. Every element was present before the story had barely begun. The animal slain in the garden, the lamb from Abel's flock, the blood crying from the ground, the seed of the woman who would one day crush the serpent's head. These were not isolated incidents. They were the first notes of a theme that would swell across centuries, growing more complex and more urgent with each new variation, each new character who unknowingly carried the pattern forward toward a hill, a cross, and a moment when the blood that spoke a better word would finally answer the cry that had been rising from the ground since the very first brother fell. 10 generations passed from Seth to Noah. 10 more from Noah's son Shem to a man born in the Mesopotamian city of Ur of the Chaldeans, a place thick with ziggurats and the smoke of incense burned to gods carved from stone. His name, at the time, was Abram. He was 75 years old, married to a woman named Sarai, who had never been able to conceive, and he had no particular reason to believe his life would amount to anything more than what it already was. A moderately prosperous existence in a pagan city, surrounded by people who worshipped the moon. He had no children, no legacy, no future that extended beyond his own death. He was, by every meaningful measure, a dead end. Then God spoke to him. "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you." No map, no name, no coordinates, just a voice and a direction away. Away from everything familiar, everything secure, everything that made sense. And attached to this command was a promise so extravagant that it would have sounded like madness to anyone listening. "I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. All peoples on earth. Not just a tribe, not just a nation, but every family, every tongue, every generation that would ever draw breath. All of them blessed through this childless old man standing in a city of moon worshippers, holding nothing but a command he did not fully understand and a promise he had no way of verifying. The scope of it was absurd. The audacity of it was breathtaking. And Abram, for reasons the text does not explain, simply went. He packed his tents, gathered his wife and his nephew Lot, collected his servants and his livestock, and walked out of Ur into the unknown. He did not ask for proof. He did not negotiate terms. He did not request a timeline. He left because the voice told him to leave, and that was enough. The writer of Hebrews, looking back across the centuries, would call this faith, not optimism, not religious enthusiasm, but faith. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Abram had no evidence. He had a voice and a willingness to follow it, and he set out for a land he had never visited, following a God whose name he was only beginning to learn. The journey from Ur to Canaan was not short, and the land Abram found when he arrived was not empty. Canaanites already occupied it. They had cities, altars, kings. Abram moved through their territory like a ghost, a wanderer among settled peoples, pitching his tent in one place and then another, building altars to a god the Canaanites had never heard of, and receiving periodic reassurances that yes, this land would belong to his descendants. His descendants. The word must have tasted like ash in his mouth every time he heard it, because Sarai's womb remained closed, and the years kept passing, and the promise kept not arriving. This is worth understanding, because it is essential to the story that follows. God had promised Abram descendants as numerous as the dust of the earth. He had repeated the promise in various forms, each one more elaborate than the last, and each one met by the same stubborn biological reality. Sarai could not conceive. Abram was getting older. Sarai was getting older. The window was closing, if it had not already closed, and the silence from heaven on the subject of timing was deafening. Abram believed the promise. He also felt the weight of its apparent impossibility. And in that tension, in the gap between what God had said and what Abram could see, the quality of his faith was being shaped into something that would be tested in ways he could not yet imagine. One night, God took Abram outside his tent. "Look up at the sky," he said. "Count the stars, if indeed you can count them." The desert sky over Canaan was not the pale, light-polluted canopy that modern cities produce. It was a dome of staggering depth, thick with uncountable points of light, each one burning across distances the human mind was not built to comprehend. Abram stood under that sky, an old man with no son, and God said to him, "So shall your offspring be." And Abram believed the Lord, and it was credited to him as righteousness. That single sentence, tucked into the 15th chapter of Genesis, would become one of the most consequential statements in the entire biblical narrative. Not because Abram did something heroic, but because he didn't. He did not earn the righteousness. He did not perform a ritual for it. He did not sacrifice an animal, or climb a mountain, or fast for 40 days. He believed what God said, and God counted that belief as though it were righteousness. The transaction was entirely lopsided. Abram offered trust, and God credited him with a standing he had not achieved on his own merits. This was grace operating before the word had been coined, a principle so radical that it would take the rest of Scripture to explain it, and the Apostle Paul would still be arguing about it 1,000 years later. God formalized the promise in a covenant ceremony that was, by the standards of ancient Near Eastern practice, extraordinary. He instructed Abram to bring a heifer, a goat, a ram, a dove, and a young pigeon. Abram cut the larger animals in half and arranged the pieces opposite each other, creating a path between the halves. This was standard covenant procedure in the ancient world. Both parties to the agreement would walk between the pieces, essentially saying, "May what happened to these animals happen to me if I break this covenant." It was a blood oath, solemn and terrifying, and both parties were expected to pass through. But as the sun set and darkness fell, Abram sank into a deep sleep, and a dread, a thick and heavy darkness came over him. And then he saw it. A smoking firepot with a blazing torch passed between the pieces. God alone walked the path. Abram did not. God took both sides of the covenant upon himself, bearing the full weight of the obligation, assuming the full penalty for failure, walking through the blood alone while Abram slept. The covenant was unconditional. It did not depend on Abram's performance, his obedience, his consistency, or his strength. It depended entirely on God, and God had just sworn on his own life that the promise would be kept. The implications of this scene would not become fully visible for many centuries, but they were already present in the firelight, already written in the blood of the divided animals. If the covenant was ever broken, and it would be, not by God but by the descendants who inherited it, then the penalty would fall not on the ones who broke it, but on the one who had walked the path alone. God had signed a contract in blood, and the terms were clear. If this goes wrong, I will pay. Years passed. The promise still had not arrived. Sarai, impatient and pragmatic, offered her Egyptian servant Hagar as a surrogate, a common enough practice in the ancient world, though it was not what God had specified. Abram agreed, and Hagar bore a son, Ishmael. But Ishmael was not the child of promise. He was the product of human engineering, of a couple who had grown tired of waiting and decided to help God along. The result was not fulfillment, but complication. Rivalry between Sarai and Hagar, tension in the household, and a son who was loved but was not the one through whom the covenant would pass. When Abram was 99 years old, a full 24 years after the original promise, God appeared to him again and changed his name. Abram, exalted father, became Abraham, father of many. Sarai became Sarah, princess. And God stated what must have sounded, to a man approaching his 100th year, like either the most wonderful or the most cruel thing ever spoken. I will bless Sarah and will surely give you a son by her. Abraham fell face down and laughed. The text says this plainly. He laughed. Not a laugh of joy, but the involuntary, disbelieving laugh of a man who has waited so long that the arrival of hope feels indistinguishable from its mockery. Sarah, overhearing from behind the tent flap, laughed too. "After I am worn out and my Lord is old," she whispered to herself, "will I now have this pleasure?" God heard her. "Why did Sarah laugh?" he asked Abraham. "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" Sarah denied laughing because she was afraid. God said, "Yes, you did laugh." And in that small, almost domestic exchange, the entire question of the biblical narrative was laid bare. Is anything too hard for the Lord? Can the God who promises do the thing he has promised, even when biology, logic, time, and every observable fact argue against it? Abraham and Sarah had spent decades living inside that question, and now, at the far edge of human possibility, the answer arrived. Isaac was born. The name means he laughs, a permanent memorial to the absurdity of his own existence. 100-year-old father, a 90-year-old mother, a child who had no business being alive, whose very heartbeat was a rebuke to the laws of nature and a vindication of the voice that had spoken in the dark. Sarah held her son and said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. The laughter had changed. It was no longer the laugh of disbelief. It was the laugh of a woman holding in her arms the thing she had given up hoping for. Isaac grew. He was weaned, and Abraham threw a great feast. Ishmael was eventually sent away with Hagar, a painful separation that God softened with a promise that Ishmael too would become a great nation. The household settled. The boy grew stronger and taller, learning to tend flocks and carry wood, becoming the center of everything Abraham loved and everything the covenant depended on. Every morning, Abraham woke to the sound of his son's voice was a morning that confirmed the faithfulness of God. Every evening spent teaching the boy to build an altar, to select an animal, and to speak the name of the Lord over the sacrifice was an evening that reinforced the chain-linking promise to fulfillment. Isaac was not merely Abraham's son. He was the entire future. Without him, the covenant died. Without him, there were no descendants like stars, no nation, and no blessing to all peoples. Isaac was the hinge on which everything turned. And then God said the unsayable. Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. Read those words slowly. Feel the weight of each qualifier. Your son, your only son, the one you love, Isaac. God was not allowing any ambiguity about who he meant. He was not speaking in parables or metaphors. He named the boy. He specified the act, a burnt offering, an olah, the kind of sacrifice that is consumed entirely by fire, where nothing remains, where the whole thing goes up in smoke. And he pointed to a place, Moriah, a mountain he would show Abraham when they arrived, just as he had once pointed to a land he would show Abraham when he left Ur. The pattern was the same. Leave everything. Go where I tell you. Trust me with what you cannot see. But this time, what Abraham was being asked to leave behind was not a city or a country. It was his son. The son he had waited 25 years for. The son God himself had promised, had named, had miraculously provided. The son through whom the covenant was supposed to continue. God was asking Abraham to destroy the very thing God had given him, to take the fulfillment of the promise and reduce it to ashes on an altar, and to do so with his own hands. The rabbis have spilled rivers of ink trying to understand this command, and they are right to wrestle with it because it is genuinely terrible. It violates everything the narrative has established. God had condemned Cain for taking a life. God had built the entire covenant on the promise of Isaac's existence. Now God was commanding the very act he had prohibited and dismantling the very promise he had made. The contradiction was not subtle. It was violent, almost offensive, and Abraham had every right to protest, to argue, to remind God of his own words, as he had done when God announced the destruction of Sodom. Will not the judge of all the earth do right? Abraham did not argue. He did not protest. He did not even pause. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. Early the next morning, not the next week, not after a period of anguished deliberation, the next morning, Abraham rose before the sun, split the wood himself, saddled the donkey, and began walking. Whatever storm was raging inside him, and there must have been a storm of unimaginable ferocity, it did not slow his feet. He moved with the terrible efficiency of a man who has made a decision so costly that any delay would make it impossible to carry out. The journey to Moriah took 3 days. 3 days of walking beside the boy, hearing him talk, watching him carry the wood, knowing what awaited at the end of the road. 3 days during which Isaac was, in Abraham's mind, already dead. The writer of Hebrews makes this explicit. Abraham reasoned that God could even raise the dead, and so, in a manner of speaking, he did receive Isaac back from death. For 3 days, Abraham walked with a dead man. For 3 days, Isaac was alive and condemned simultaneously, walking and breathing and asking questions while his father carried the fire and the knife and the knowledge of what God had demanded. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He told the servants to stay behind with the donkey. "I and the boy will go over there," he said. "We will worship, and then we will come back to you. We, both of us, we will come back." This was not a lie told to spare the servants' feelings. This was faith, raw and unsupported by any visible evidence. Abraham did not know how the story would end, but he believed that somehow, even if the knife fell and the fire consumed, God would keep his promise. Isaac would come back. The boy who laughed would laugh again. The how of it was beyond Abraham's comprehension, but the who of it was not. He knew the character of the God who had spoken, and he trusted that character more than he trusted the horror of what he had been asked to do. Then came the walk up the mountain. Just the two of them. Abraham carrying the fire and the knife, Isaac carrying the wood for the burnt offering on his back, a father and son climbing a hill together, the son bearing the wood on which he would be laid. The image is so precise, so geometrically aligned with what would happen on another hill centuries later, that it almost ceases to feel like coincidence and begins to feel like architecture. A son carrying the instrument of his own sacrifice up a slope, walking willingly beside his father, not yet knowing what the wood was for, but trusting the man who had cut it. Isaac broke the silence. "Father?" "Yes, my son? The fire and wood are here, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" The question must have cut Abraham in half. The boy was not suspicious. He was curious. He had watched his father build altars before. He knew the elements of sacrifice: the fire to ignite, the wood to burn, the animal to offer. 2 of the 3 were accounted for. The 3rd was missing, and the boy wanted to know where it was. He was asking his father to explain the world to him, the way sons do, and his father was walking him toward a truth no explanation could soften. Abraham answered, and what he said was either the greatest act of faith or the most devastating act of hope in the entire Old Testament. "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. God himself will provide." In Hebrew, Elohim Yireh, God will see to it. The verb carries the sense of seeing, of looking ahead, of perceiving the need and meeting it. Abraham was not making a prediction based on information. He was making a declaration based on character. He did not know what God would do. He only knew who God was. And on the strength of that knowledge alone, he told his son that provision was coming, even as the knife hung at his belt and the fire smoldered in his hand. They reached the place. Abraham built the altar. He arranged the wood. And then, in a verse that the text delivers with almost unbearable restraint, he bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. The Hebrew word for this act, akedah, would become the name by which Jewish tradition remembers the entire episode, the binding. Not the sacrifice, because the sacrifice did not ultimately happen, but the binding, because the binding did. Consider Isaac. He was not a small child at this point. The text does not give his age precisely, but he was old enough to carry a load of wood up a mountain, old enough to ask intelligent questions, old enough to understand what an altar was for. When his father bound him and placed him on the wood, Isaac could have resisted. He was young and strong. Abraham was old, well past 100. A struggle would not have gone in Abraham's favor. But Isaac did not struggle. He submitted. He lay on the wood he had carried, and he let his father bind his hands. Whether he understood what was happening, whether Abraham explained it to him, whether Isaac simply trusted his father the way his father trusted God, the text does not say. It only shows us the son on the wood, and the father reaching for the knife. Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And then the voice came, "Abraham, Abraham!" The double call, the urgent repetition, the sound of someone shouting to stop a man in the act of something irreversible. "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham lifted his eyes, and there, caught in a thicket by its horns, was a ram. It had not been there before. It had appeared, as though placed, as though positioned, as though the entire geography of that hilltop had been arranged so that at precisely this moment, in precisely this place, the substitute would be waiting. Abraham took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. The ram died in Isaac's place. It was bound where Isaac had been bound, laid on the wood Isaac had carried, consumed by the fire Abraham had brought. The son was spared, and the substitute was slain, and the principle that had been whispered in the garden was now spoken aloud on a mountaintop. God himself provides the lamb. Abraham named the place Yahweh Yireh, the Lord will provide. And the text adds a haunting addendum, "And to this day it is said, on the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The name was not merely a memorial, it was a prophecy. On this mountain, provision will come. Not has come, will come. The tense points forward. Abraham named the place after something that had not yet fully happened, as though the ram in the thicket were not the final provision, but a preview of it, a rehearsal for a day when another son would carry wood up this same ridge, and no voice from heaven would call out to stop the knife. Because the mountain was Moriah, and Moriah was not a random peak in the wilderness. Centuries after Abraham climbed it, King David would purchase the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite on this same ridge to build an altar, and David's son Solomon would construct the great temple on the exact spot where Abraham had raised his knife. The temple, the center of Israelite worship, the place where the blood of countless lambs would be spilled on the altar year after year, generation after generation, stood on the ground where Isaac had lain on the wood, and the ram had died in his place. And just outside the old city walls, on the northern extension of this same limestone ridge, rose a rocky outcrop that the locals would one day call Golgotha, the place of the skull, where Roman crosses were planted in the dirt and condemned men were hung up to die. The geography is the same, the mountain is the same. The place where Abraham said God himself will provide is the place where, roughly 2,000 years later, provision would come in its final and most devastating form. Abraham had named the future without knowing it. He had walked a path that another father and another son would walk again. Only the next time the ram would not appear, the voice would not call out, and the knife would not be stayed. The next time, the son on the wood would be the lamb. After the binding, God spoke to Abraham a second time from heaven and repeated the covenant with a force and fullness that surpassed every previous iteration. "I swear by myself," the Lord declared, "that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Through your offspring all nations will be blessed." The singular is significant. Paul, writing to the Galatians, would seize on this word centuries later and insist that the promise did not say, "through your offsprings," meaning many, but "through your offspring," meaning one descendant, one person, one seed through whom the blessing would flow to every nation. The covenant of stars was not a general promise of numerical abundance. It was a specific promise of a specific person who would come from Abraham's line, and through whom every family on earth would receive what they could not provide for themselves. Abraham and Isaac came down from the mountain together, just as Abraham had said they would. The servants were waiting with the donkey. The party walked home. The text does not record what Abraham and Isaac said to each other on the way back, whether they spoke at all, whether the silence between them was the silence of trauma or the silence of a bond so deep that no words were necessary. Isaac had been bound, condemned, and returned. Abraham had been tested, broken, and vindicated. The ram's blood was still drying on the altar behind them, and ahead of them lay the rest of history, unwritten and waiting. What had been enacted on that mountain was not merely a test of one man's obedience. It was a rehearsal, a living parable performed in real time with real people and real terror, pointing forward across the centuries to a day when God would do what he had stopped Abraham from doing. Abraham had been willing to give his only son. God would not stop at willingness. He would go through with it. And when that day came, there would be no ram in the thicket, no voice from heaven, no substitute pulled from the bushes at the last moment. The son on the wood would be the substitute, and the father's hand would not be stayed, and the knife would fall, and the fire would consume. And the provision Abraham had named on that mountain would finally, fully, irreversibly arrive. But between the mountaintop and the cross, the thread had to pass through another generation, and then another, and then through 400 years of slavery in a foreign land, and through the hands of a man who had himself been betrayed by his own brothers, sold for a handful of silver, given up for dead, and raised to a position of power so complete that the very people who had destroyed him would one day kneel at his feet and beg for the bread only he could give. Isaac fathered Jacob, and Jacob fathered 12 sons, and of those 12, one was loved with a ferocity that poisoned the entire household. His name was Joseph, and from the moment he entered the world, something about him set him apart in his father's eyes. He was the firstborn son of Rachel, the woman Jacob had loved with the kind of devotion that borders on obsession, the woman for whom he had worked 14 years under the relentless sun of Laban's fields, the woman who had died giving birth to her second son, Benjamin, on the road near Bethlehem. Rachel's death broke something in Jacob that never fully healed, and the love he could no longer give to the woman he poured, recklessly and without apology, into the boy she had left behind. Jacob made Joseph a coat. The Hebrew phrase, ketonet pasim, has been translated in dozens of ways across the centuries. A coat of many colors, a richly ornamented robe, a long-sleeved tunic. Whatever it was not ordinary. It was the kind of garment a patriarch would give to the son he intended to elevate above the others, a visible declaration of preference that could not be missed and was not meant to be. Every time Joseph walked into the room wearing that coat, his brothers saw their father's verdict. This one matters more. This one is chosen. This one carries the future. The rest of you are background. They hated him for it. The text uses the word twice in rapid succession, as though to make sure the reader understands the depth of it. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. The hatred was not sudden. It was structural, built into the architecture of the family by a father who should have known better, who had himself been the less favored son in his own father's house, who had watched his brother Esau receive the birthright blessing and then stolen it through deception. Jacob, of all people, understood what favoritism did to brothers, and yet he repeated the pattern with devastating precision, dressing his beloved son in a coat that functioned less like a garment and more like a target. Then the dreams came. Joseph dreamed, and he told his brothers about it. which was either an act of naivety so profound it defies explanation, or an act of provocation so blatant it is hard to forgive. "Listen to this dream I had," he said. "We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field, when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to it." His brother's response was immediate and acidic. "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" They hated him all the more. Then he had another dream, and he told them that one too. "Listen," he said, "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." Even Jacob rebuked him for this one. "What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" But the text adds a quiet note that Jacob, while publicly scolding the boy, kept the matter in mind. He tucked it away. He did not dismiss it entirely. Something in the dream had the ring of a voice Jacob had heard before, in a different place, on a different night, when he himself had slept with his head on a stone and seen a ladder reaching into heaven. The opportunity came when Jacob sent Joseph to check on his brothers, who were grazing their flocks near Shechem. Joseph set out from the valley of Hebron, a 17-year-old boy walking alone across the hills, wearing the coat, carrying his father's instructions, entirely unaware that he was walking toward the worst day of his life. When the brothers saw him coming from a distance, the coat visible long before his face, they began to plot. "Here comes that dreamer," they said to each other. The word in Hebrew is dismissive, contemptuous. Baal HaChalomot, the master of dreams, spoken with the kind of venom that turns a title into an insult. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." Reuben, the eldest, intervened, not out of great moral courage, but out of a calculation that the text makes transparent. He intended to rescue Joseph later and return him to their father, thereby restoring his own standing in Jacob's eyes. Reuben's motives were tangled, as motives usually are, but his suggestion saved Joseph's life in the immediate term. "Don't shed his blood," he said. "Throw him into this cistern here in the wilderness, but don't lay a hand on him." The brothers agreed. When Joseph arrived, trusting, unsuspecting, probably smiling, they seized him, stripped the coat from his back, and threw him into an empty cistern. The pit was dry, waterless, which means it was a stone-lined hole in the ground with smooth walls designed to hold rainwater, deep enough that a man thrown into it could not climb out. Joseph landed in the dark, in the dust, hearing the voices of his own brothers above him, and understood in one vertiginous moment that the people he had grown up with, eaten with, slept beside, intended to leave him there to die. What happened next is one of those details the narrative delivers with a casualness that only amplifies its cruelty. The brothers sat down to eat. They threw their brother into a pit, heard his cries echoing off the stone walls, and then unpacked their lunch. The text records this without commentary, but the prophet Amos, centuries later, would look back on this moment and say that they ate lambs from the flock and did not grieve over the ruin of Joseph. The callousness is breathtaking. The boy was weeping below them, and they were eating above him, and neither the weeping nor the eating stopped. It was during this meal that they looked up and saw a caravan of Ishmaelite traders approaching, their camels loaded with spices and balm and myrrh, heading down toward Egypt. Judah, the fourth brother, the one whose name would eventually be given to an entire tribe and an entire kingdom, had an idea. "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood?" he asked. "Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." The argument was pragmatic rather than compassionate. Killing him gains us nothing. Selling him gains us silver. The brothers agreed. They pulled Joseph out of the cistern and sold him to the Midianite merchants for 20 pieces of silver. 20 pieces of silver. The price of a slave in the ancient Near East, the valuation placed on a human life by men who shared his blood and his table. Centuries later, the prophet Zechariah would write of a shepherd who asked for his wages and was paid 30 pieces of silver, the price of a slave who had been gored by an ox, and the Lord told him to throw the handsome price to the potter in the house of the Lord. The numbers are close, the contempt is identical, and the pattern is unmistakable. The beloved one, rejected by his own, is weighed and measured and found to be worth the price of a piece of property. Joseph disappeared into the south, swallowed by the caravan, by the dust, by the vast indifference of the desert road. His brothers took his coat, the beautiful coat that had started all of this, and they killed a goat and dipped the coat in its blood. They brought the bloodied garment to their father and said, with a cruelty so refined it could almost be mistaken for concern, "We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." They did not say, "Our brother." They said, "Your son." The distance was deliberate. Jacob examined the coat and recognized it immediately. "It is my son's robe," he cried. "Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Jacob tore his clothes. He put on sackcloth. He mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, the very ones who had done this to him, standing around their father with grief on their faces and a lie in their throats, and Jacob refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave." And he wept for Joseph. The father who had dressed the boy in glory was now holding the shredded remains of that glory, soaked in blood that was not even his son's, grieving a death that had not actually occurred, deceived by the very children he had raised. The goat's blood on the coat was a perversion of sacrifice, an inversion of everything the altars were meant to accomplish. Instead of blood covering guilt, blood was being used to create a lie. Joseph, meanwhile, arrived in Egypt. He was sold again, this time to Potiphar, the captain of Pharaoh's guard, a powerful man in a powerful household. And here, in a foreign country, stripped of his coat, his family, his name, and every marker of identity he had ever possessed, Joseph did something remarkable. He thrived. The text says, "The Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in everything he did," Potiphar noticed. He promoted Joseph, entrusted him with everything he owned, and the Egyptian's household prospered under Joseph's management. The boy who had been thrown into a pit was now running one of the most important houses in the empire. But success in Potiphar's house came with a complication. Potiphar's wife noticed Joseph too, and not for his administrative skills. He was, the text observes with unusual directness, well-built and handsome, and the woman wanted him. Day after day she approached him. "Come to bed with me." Day after day he refused. His refusal was not prudish or fearful. It was principled and precise. "My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" Joseph understood something that the woman did not. The eyes watching him were not merely Potiphar's. He was accountable to a presence that transcended the walls of the house, and he would not betray that presence, not for pleasure, not for power, not for safety. One day, when no other servants were present, she caught him by his cloak and repeated her demand. Joseph wrenched himself free and ran, leaving the garment in her hand. It was the second time someone had stripped a garment from Joseph's body. The first coat had been torn away by brothers who hated him. The second was left behind in the grip of a woman whose desire had curdled into rage. In both cases, the garment was used as false evidence. In both cases, Joseph was condemned for something he did not do. Potiphar's wife held up the cloak and told the household that Joseph had tried to assault her. When Potiphar heard the story, he was furious. He threw Joseph into prison, the place where the king's prisoners were kept. From the favorite son of a patriarch, to a slave in a foreign house, to an inmate in a royal dungeon, the trajectory was relentlessly downward, each stage stripping away another layer of status, dignity, and hope. Joseph had done nothing wrong. He had been faithful to his father, and his brothers had sold him. He had been faithful to his master, and his master's wife had framed him. He had been faithful to his God, and his God, it seemed, had not intervened. The silence from heaven during these years is one of the most difficult features of Joseph's story. God was with Joseph, the text insists, but with did not mean removing from suffering. It meant present within suffering, which is a very different thing, and a much harder one to accept. Even in prison, the pattern held. The warden noticed Joseph, trusted him, put him in charge of the other prisoners. Joseph became the man who kept the prison running, the inmate to whom the guards deferred, the one who made order out of chaos, even in a place built to contain it. And it was in prison that Joseph met two men whose dreams would change the course of his life and, eventually, the course of an entire civilization. Pharaoh's cupbearer and Pharaoh's baker had both offended the king and been thrown into the same prison where Joseph was held. One night, each man had a dream, and in the morning, both were troubled. Joseph noticed their distress. "Why do you look so sad today?" he asked. They told him about the dreams, and Joseph interpreted them. The cupbearer's dream, a vine with 3 branches that budded and blossomed and produced grapes that the cupbearer squeezed into Pharaoh's cup, meant that in 3 days the cupbearer would be restored to his position. The baker's dream, 3 baskets of bread on his head with birds eating from the top basket, meant that in 3 days Pharaoh would hang the baker on a pole and the birds would eat his flesh. Both interpretations came true, exactly as Joseph had said. The cupbearer was restored, the baker was executed. And Joseph asked the cupbearer one thing: "When all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison. I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." The cupbearer forgot him. For 2 full years, the man Joseph had helped went about his duties in Pharaoh's court, serving wine, standing at the king's side, and never once mentioning the Hebrew prisoner who had correctly interpreted his dream. 2 years of additional imprisonment because of one man's ingratitude. 2 years of waiting in the dark for a door that did not open. Joseph was now approaching 30. He had been in Egypt for over a decade. The dreams of his youth, the sheaves bowing, the stars inclining, must have seemed like the fantasies of a foolish boy, so distant from his reality that remembering them would have been more painful than forgetting them. Then Pharaoh dreamed. He stood by the Nile and watched 7 fat, healthy cows come up out of the river, followed by 7 gaunt, ugly cows that devoured the fat ones. He fell asleep again and dreamed a second time. 7 full, healthy heads of grain growing on a single stalk, followed by 7 thin, scorched heads that swallowed the good ones. Pharaoh woke up disturbed and summoned every magician and wise man in Egypt. None of them could interpret the dreams. And then, only then, the cupbearer remembered. "Today I am reminded of my shortcomings," he told Pharaoh, and he recounted the story of the Hebrew prisoner who had interpreted dreams with perfect accuracy. Pharaoh sent for Joseph immediately. They brought him from the dungeon. He shaved, changed his clothes, and stood before the most powerful ruler in the known world, a Hebrew slave who had been pulled from a hole in the ground to stand in a throne room. Pharaoh told Joseph his dreams. Joseph's response began with a correction that would have been bold in any context and was astonishing in this one. "I cannot do it, but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." The interpretation was not Joseph's. It belonged to the God Joseph served, the God who had remained silent through the pit and the slavery and the false accusation and the prison, but who had never, it turned out, been absent. The 7 fat cows and the 7 full heads of grain represented 7 years of unprecedented abundance. The 7 gaunt cows and 7 scorched heads represented 7 years of devastating famine that would follow. The doubling of the dream meant the matter was firmly decided by God, and it would happen soon. Joseph did not stop at interpretation. He gave Pharaoh a plan. Appoint a wise and discerning man to oversee the land. During the 7 years of plenty, collect 1/5 of all the harvest and store it in the cities. When the famine comes, the stored grain will keep Egypt alive while the rest of the world starves. Pharaoh looked at Joseph and said the words that reversed everything. "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" He took the signet ring from his own finger and put it on Joseph's hand. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and placed a gold chain around his neck. He gave him a chariot and had men run before him, crying, "Make way!" He made Joseph second in command over all of Egypt, answerable only to Pharaoh himself. "Without your word," Pharaoh told him, "no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt." The transformation was total and instantaneous. The man who had been stripped of his coat was now dressed in royal linen. The man who had been sold as property now wore the king's own ring. The man who had been thrown into a pit was now riding in a chariot through streets lined with people bowing before him. He was 30 years old, exactly the age at which another man from the same bloodline would begin a public ministry that would also involve rejection, suffering, apparent defeat, and an elevation so complete that every knee would eventually bow. Joseph managed the 7 years of plenty with the precision of a man who understood that abundance is not a gift to be enjoyed, but a resource to be stored against the disaster that follows. He collected grain in quantities so vast that the scribes stopped counting, because it was like the sand of the sea. When the famine came, it came hard, spreading across the entire ancient world, drying up the Nile, scorching the fields, killing livestock, reducing nations to desperation. But Egypt had bread because Joseph had prepared. People came from every neighboring country to buy grain, and among them, eventually, inevitably, came 10 men from Canaan. They were the sons of Jacob, minus the youngest, Benjamin, whom Jacob had refused to send because he was terrified of losing Rachel's only surviving child. They arrived in Egypt desperate and hungry, and they were directed to the governor, the man who controlled the grain supply, the man without whose permission no one ate. They came before Joseph and bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. The sheaves from the dream, bowing. Joseph recognized them immediately. They did not recognize him. 13 years had passed since they had thrown their teenage brother into a cistern. The boy they remembered was a weeping adolescent in a torn coat. The man before them was an Egyptian lord in royal linen, speaking through an interpreter, wearing Pharaoh's ring, radiating the kind of authority that does not invite casual inspection. They had no reason to suspect that the most powerful man in Egypt was the brother they had sold for 20 pieces of silver and presumed dead. Joseph did not reveal himself. Instead, he began a long, deliberate, agonizing process of testing them. He accused them of being spies. He demanded they bring their youngest brother Benjamin to Egypt to prove their story. He imprisoned Simeon as a hostage. He sent the others home with grain, but secretly returned their silver to their sacks, a gesture that terrified them, because they interpreted it as a trap rather than a gift. And through all of this, Joseph watched them, listened to them, and wept in private where they could not see. The first time he wept was when they spoke among themselves, not knowing he could understand their language. "Surely we are being punished because of our brother," they said to each other. "We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. That's why this distress has come on us." Reuben added, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood." Joseph turned away from them and wept. The man they thought was a foreign bureaucrat was their own flesh and blood, hearing them confess the crime they had committed against him 13 years earlier, and his response was not rage, but tears. The second journey to Egypt was worse. Jacob, after much anguish, and only because the famine had become unbearable, allowed Benjamin to go. The brothers returned, and Joseph hosted them at a feast, seating them in the exact order of their birth, a detail that astonished them, but that they could not explain. He gave Benjamin a portion 5 times larger than anyone else's, watching to see if the old jealousy would surface, if the brothers who had destroyed one favored son would react with hatred toward another. They did not. They ate and drank and seemed, for the first time, like men who had changed. But Joseph was not finished. He planted his own silver cup in Benjamin's sack and sent his steward to arrest them. When the cup was found, the brothers tore their clothes in grief and returned to Joseph's house. It was Judah, the very one who had proposed selling Joseph to the traders, who stepped forward and delivered a speech so raw, so honest, so drenched in remorse and selflessness, that it would become one of the most emotionally devastating passages in Genesis. He told Joseph everything: the old father who loved the boy, the brother who was lost and presumed dead, the father's soul bound up in the youngest son's life, the certainty that if Benjamin did not return, the old man would die of grief. And then Judah offered himself. "Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come on my father." The man who had once sold his brother into slavery was now volunteering to become a slave in his brother's place. The transformation was complete. The repentance was real. Judah, whose name would one day belong to the tribe from which kings would come and from which ultimately the one promised to crush the serpent's head would descend, had become a man willing to give his own freedom to protect someone else. Joseph could not contain himself any longer. "Have everyone leave my presence," he cried. And when the room had cleared, when only the brothers remained, Joseph wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him in the adjoining rooms, and the news reached Pharaoh's household. Then he said the words that broke the story wide open. "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" His brothers could not answer him, because they were terrified. The man they had thrown into a pit, the boy they had sold, the brother they had grieved over and lied about and tried to forget for more than a decade, was standing in front of them, wearing Pharaoh's ring and holding their lives in his hand. They expected judgment. They expected the vengeance they deserved, delivered by the one person who had the power and the right to deliver it. Instead, Joseph said, "Come close to me." They came closer, and he said, "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now, do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will be no plowing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God. Not you, but God." The brothers had sold Joseph for silver, They had acted out of hatred, jealousy, and contempt. Their actions were real. Their guilt was genuine. Their sin was not minimized or explained away. But Joseph, standing at the far end of 13 years of suffering, could see something they could not: a hand behind the hand, a purpose behind the cruelty, a design that had used even the worst of human actions to accomplish the saving of many lives. The pit, the slavery, the false accusation, the prison, the forgotten promise, the years of silence from heaven, none of it had been pointless. All of it had been a road, and the road led here, to a storeroom full of grain and a family that would have died without it. He kissed all his brothers and wept over them. Then his brothers talked with him. Whatever they said, whatever words passed between them in that room, the text does not record. Some silences are too sacred and too private for the page. What it does record is that Jacob heard the news, and his heart went numb because he did not believe them. But when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him, the old man's spirit revived. "I'm convinced," Jacob said. "My son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." The family went down to Egypt, 70 souls in all, and they settled in the land of Goshen, the richest pasture land in the delta. They ate, they multiplied. They survived the famine because the one they had rejected had become the one who saved them. The beloved son who had been stripped, sold, buried in a pit, condemned on false testimony, and left for dead had been raised to the right hand of power, and from that position he did not destroy the ones who had destroyed him. He fed them. Years later, after Jacob had died and been buried, the brothers grew afraid again. Surely now, with their father gone, Joseph would repay them for what they had done. They sent a message claiming that Jacob, before his death, had asked Joseph to forgive them. Whether this was true or whether they fabricated it out of fear, the text leaves ambiguous. They fell down before him, prostrate, offering themselves as slaves. Joseph wept when he received their message. Then he said the words that summarize not only his own story, but the deeper story running beneath it like a river beneath stone. "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. You intended it for harm. God intended it for good, the saving of many lives." The entire architecture of Joseph's story rests on this paradox, that human evil and divine purpose can operate simultaneously, that the worst thing the brothers ever did was also the means by which God preserved the family through whom the promise would continue. The betrayal was real. The suffering was real. The sin was not excused. But it was used, redeemed, woven into a design so vast and so patient that the ones who lived inside it could not see its shape until they stood at the end and looked back. Joseph lived to see his great-grandchildren. He died in Egypt at the age of 110, and before he died, he made his family swear an oath: "God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up from this place." He knew. Even in death, even after everything, Joseph knew that Egypt was not the destination. The promise pointed elsewhere, toward a land, toward a people, toward a future that Joseph could sense but not yet see. His bones would wait in Egypt for 400 years, sealed in a coffin, carried through a desert, and finally laid to rest in the land God had promised to his great-grandfather, under a sky full of stars. Between Joseph's death and the fulfillment of his last request, 4 centuries of silence would fall. The family of 70 would become a nation of millions. The welcome guests of Pharaoh would become the slaves of a dynasty that did not remember Joseph's name, and the God who had been quietly arranging the pieces moving the thread forward through pits and prisons and palace halls, would speak again, this time not to a dreamer in a dungeon, but to a shepherd standing before a bush that burned without being consumed, calling him to go back to the land of chains and bring his people out through a night of blood, a night of lambs, a night when the angel of death would pass through Egypt, and the only thing standing between a household and total destruction would be the blood of an unblemished animal, painted on the doorframe with a branch of hyssop, marking the ones who would be spared. 400 years is a long time to wait for a promise. It is long enough for a family to become a people, for a people to forget why they came, and for the memory of a Savior's name to fade into the dust of generations. The 70 souls who had come down to Egypt with Jacob multiplied until they filled the land of Goshen, until the Egyptians looked at them not with gratitude, but with alarm. "The Israelites have become far too numerous for us," a new Pharaoh said, one who did not know Joseph, who had no memory of the Hebrew who had kept Egypt alive. This Pharaoh saw only a foreign population growing inside his borders like a second nation, and he resolved to crush them before they could become a threat. He put slave masters over them. He worked them in the brick fields, in the quarries, and in the construction of his storage cities, Pithom and Ramesses. The labor was brutal and relentless, designed not merely to extract productivity, but to break the spirit of a people who still whispered among themselves about a God who had made promises and a land they had never seen. But the more the Egyptians oppressed them, the more the Israelites multiplied. So Pharaoh escalated. He summoned the Hebrew midwives and issued a command that still chills the blood. When you are helping the Hebrew women during childbirth on the delivery stool, if you see that the baby is a boy, kill him. But if it is a girl, let her live. The midwives, Shiphrah and Puah, feared God more than they feared Pharaoh. They let the boys live and told Pharaoh that Hebrew women were vigorous and gave birth before the midwives could arrive. Whether this was strictly true, or whether these two women were simply the first recorded practitioners of civil disobedience, the result was the same. The boys survived. Pharaoh, frustrated, broadened his order to the entire population. "Every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into the Nile, but let every girl live." Into this horror, a Levite woman bore a son. She saw that he was a fine child, a beautiful boy, and she hid him for 3 months, concealing his cries, covering his existence, keeping him alive in a world that wanted him dead. When she could hide him no longer, she took a papyrus basket, coated it with tar and pitch, placed the baby inside, and set it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister Miriam stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Pharaoh's daughter came down to bathe. She saw the basket, sent her attendant to fetch it, and opened it. The baby was crying, and she felt sorry for him. "This is one of the Hebrew babies," she said, recognizing immediately what she was holding. A condemned child, a boy who should have been drowned, a life her own father had ordered extinguished. She kept him anyway. Miriam, watching from the reeds, stepped forward and offered to find a Hebrew nurse for the child. Pharaoh's daughter agreed, and the girl brought the baby's own mother. "Take this baby and nurse him for me," the princess said, "and I will pay you." The woman took her own son home and was paid by the Egyptian crown to raise the child Pharaoh had ordered killed. When the boy grew older, his mother brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying, "I drew him out of the water." Moses grew up in the palace, educated in the wisdom of Egypt, trained in its arts and its administration, walking its corridors of power while his kinsmen made bricks under the lash. He was a man of 2 worlds and fully at home in neither. He had an Egyptian name, an Egyptian education, and an Egyptian position, but Hebrew blood ran in his veins, and the cries of his people reached his ears through the palace walls. One day, when Moses was 40 years old, he went out to watch his own people at their hard labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own, and something broke loose inside him. He looked this way and that, and seeing no one watching, he killed the Egyptian and hid the body in the sand. The next day he went out again and found 2 Hebrews fighting each other. He tried to intervene, and the one in the wrong pushed back. "Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?" Moses was terrified. The secret was out. When Pharaoh heard about it, he tried to kill Moses, and Moses fled. He ran to Midian, to the backside of the desert, as far from Egypt and its power as he could get. He married a shepherd's daughter. He tended his father-in-law Jethro's flocks. He spent 40 years in the wilderness, a fugitive prince turned nomadic shepherd, watching sheep graze on scrubby hillsides, while his people groaned under the weight of Egyptian chains. Whatever ambitions Moses had carried out of the palace, whatever sense of destiny had burned in him when he struck the Egyptian down, the desert had thoroughly extinguished it. By the time he was 80, Moses was an old man with a stutter and a staff, and no expectation that his life would amount to anything beyond the tending of someone else's animals on someone else's land. Then the bush caught fire. He was leading the flock to the far side of the desert, near Horeb, the mountain of God. A bush was burning, but it was not consumed. The flames licked through the branches without reducing them to ash, without blackening the wood, without producing the smoke and destruction that fire always produces. Moses turned aside to look, because who would not? And from within the bush, God spoke. "Moses, Moses." "Here I am," he said. "Do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Moses hid his face, afraid to look at God. And God said, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt." Moses' response was not heroic. It was a cascade of objections, each one more desperate than the last. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" God answered, "I will be with you. What is your name? What shall I tell them?" God answered with the name that stands at the center of everything. "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you." The name was not a title. It was an assertion of uncaused, self-sustaining, eternal existence, a name so sacred that later generations would not even speak it aloud, substituting the word Adonai, Lord, rather than let the 4 consonants YHWH cross their lips. What if they don't believe me? God gave him signs. A staff that became a serpent, a hand that turned leprous and was restored. I have never been eloquent. I am slow of speech and tongue. God's patience thinned. Who gave human beings their mouths? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Moses made one final attempt. Please send someone else. And God's anger burned against Moses. But he gave him his brother Aaron as a spokesman, and he sent him back to Egypt. Moses returned to the land he had fled 40 years earlier, carrying the staff of God, accompanied by his brother, commissioned by a voice from a bush that would not burn out. He stood before Pharaoh and delivered the message. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. "Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness." Pharaoh's response was contemptuous. "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." He did not merely refuse, he increased the workload. The Israelites would now gather their own straw for the bricks while maintaining the same quota. The suffering deepened, and the people blamed Moses for making things worse. It was, by any human measure, a disastrous beginning. What followed was a systematic dismantling of everything Egypt worshipped, everything Pharaoh trusted, everything the empire believed made it invulnerable. The plagues were not random acts of divine fury. They were targeted, precise, each one striking at a specific Egyptian deity, peeling away layer after layer of false security until nothing remained but the one true God and the one true question: will you let them go? The Nile turned to blood. The river the Egyptians revered as divine, the lifeblood of the entire civilization, the water they worshipped as the body of the god Hapi, turned crimson and reeking. The fish died. The water became undrinkable. The entire river system, from the great channels to the irrigation ditches to the water stored in wooden buckets and stone jars, turned to blood. Pharaoh's magicians replicated the feat with their own enchantments, which may have satisfied Pharaoh's pride, but did nothing to solve the problem. He turned and went into his palace, and did not take even this to heart. Frogs came next, swarming out of the waterways in uncountable numbers, covering the land, filling the houses, climbing into the beds and the ovens and the kneading troughs. The Egyptians worshipped Heket, the frog-headed goddess of fertility and childbirth. Now her image was everywhere, underfoot, in the food, on the pillows, a suffocating abundance of the very thing they had venerated. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron. "Pray to the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people, and I will let your people go." Moses asked him to name the time. "Tomorrow," said Pharaoh, which is remarkable, because it meant he chose to spend one more night sleeping with frogs rather than see them gone immediately. Moses prayed, and the frogs died where they were, piled into heaps that stank across the land. And when Pharaoh saw that relief had come, he hardened his heart and did not let the people go. Gnats from the dust, swarms of flies that filled every house in Egypt but did not enter the land of Goshen where the Israelites lived. A deadly plague on the livestock, the cattle and horses and donkeys and camels and sheep and goats, but not a single animal belonging to Israel was touched. Festering boils that broke out on every Egyptian, including the magicians, who could no longer even stand before Moses because of the sores covering their bodies. Hail mixed with fire, the worst storm in Egypt's recorded history that beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree, but did not fall on Goshen. Locusts that consumed whatever the hail had left, filling the houses, darkening the sky, devouring every green thing until not a plant remained in all Egypt. And then, for 3 days, a darkness so thick and so heavy that no one could see anyone else, and no one moved from their place. The Egyptians worshipped Ra, the sun god, the supreme deity of their pantheon, and for 3 days he simply did not appear. The sun did not rise, light did not come. Egypt sat in a darkness that could be felt, while across the border, in Goshen, the Israelites had light in their dwellings. 9 plagues, 9 demonstrations of power, 9 opportunities for Pharaoh to relent, to release the people, to acknowledge the God he claimed not to know. 9 times he refused. His heart was hard, whether hardened by his own pride or hardened by God, or, as the text seems to suggest at different points, both simultaneously, each refusal, reinforcing the next, until the man was encased in a stubbornness so total that nothing short of absolute catastrophe could penetrate it. God told Moses there would be one final plague. About midnight, God said, "I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn son of the female slave, who is at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again." The firstborn. In Egyptian culture, as in nearly every culture of the ancient Near East, the firstborn son carried the weight of the future. He was the heir, the continuation of the family line, the one who would inherit the name and the property and the legacy. To lose the firstborn was to lose the future. And God was going to take every firstborn in Egypt in a single night, from the palace to the prison, from the richest to the poorest, without distinction and without exception. But before this final judgment fell, God gave Moses the most detailed set of instructions he had yet received. And the details matter more than almost anything else in the Old Testament, because every single one of them points forward with an accuracy that defies coincidence. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month each man is to take a lamb for his family, one for each household. The lamb was to be selected on the 10th day of Nisan, the first month of the Hebrew calendar. It was to be brought into the household, kept for 4 days, watched, inspected, lived with. The family would know this animal. The children would have touched it, fed it, perhaps given it a name. It was not to be an anonymous creature pulled from the flock at the last moment. It was to be specific, familiar, personal. The cost of its death was to be felt. The lamb was to be a year-old male, without defect. No broken bones, no disease, no blemish of any kind. Perfect, unblemished, without spot or wrinkle. The specifications were exact and non-negotiable. A flawed animal would not suffice. Whatever was offered had to be whole, complete, without deficiency. The purity of the substitute was essential to its function. A spotted lamb could not stand in for a household. Only a perfect one could. On the 14th day of the month, at twilight, the whole assembly of Israel was to slaughter their lambs. Not a priest, not a Levite, not a specially appointed official. Every head of every household was to take the knife and kill the animal himself. Every father in Israel would feel the blade meet the throat of the lamb, would see the blood rush out, would understand, in the most visceral possible way, that something was dying so that his family could live. Then came the instruction that would define the night and everything it pointed toward. They are to take some of the blood and put it on the sides and tops of the doorframes of the houses where they eat the lambs. The blood was not to be kept in a bowl or poured on the ground or offered on an altar. It was to be applied to the doorframe, painted onto the entrance of the house, visible from the outside, marking the household as one that had obeyed. The application was specific. The 2 side posts and the lintel above, forming, if you trace the pattern, the shape of 3 points of contact, 2 vertical and 1 horizontal, a shape that would not receive its fullest expression for another 1,500 years. The instrument of application was a branch of hyssop, a common herb that grew in rocky crevices and was used in purification rituals throughout the ancient world. The hyssop was dipped in the blood and struck against the wood of the doorframe, transferring the life of the lamb to the entrance of the house. The door became, in effect, a threshold of salvation. Inside was safety, outside was death, and the only thing separating the two was blood. God explained why. On that same night I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn of both people and animals, and I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood will be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt. When I see the blood, I will pass over you. Not when I see your good behavior, Not when I see your sincerity, not when I see your prayers or your fasting or your moral improvement. When I see the blood, the protection was not earned, it was applied. The firstborn son inside the house was no less deserving of judgment than the firstborn son in the house next door. The difference was not in the people, it was in the blood. The lamb died. The blood was applied. Death passed over. That was the entire mechanism, and it operated with no regard for the worthiness of the ones it protected. The meal itself was specified in extraordinary detail. The lamb was to be roasted over fire, not boiled, not eaten raw. It was consumed with unleavened bread, bread made without yeast, because there would be no time for dough to rise. Bitter herbs accompanied the meal, a reminder of the bitterness of slavery, of the pain that preceded the deliverance. The family was to eat it dressed and ready to travel. Cloaks tucked into belts, sandals on feet, staff in hand. They were to eat in haste, like people who expected the door to open at any moment and the road to begin. This was not a feast of leisure. It was the last meal before a journey, the final act of a life that was about to end so that a new one could begin. And then God added a detail that seems almost minor in context, but that John, the gospel writer, would seize upon with both hands centuries later. Do not break any of its bones. The lamb must be consumed whole, and no bone in its body was to be broken, not cracked for the marrow, not split in the cooking, not damaged in the handling. The skeleton of the sacrifice was to remain intact, complete, unbroken. When John stood at the foot of a Roman cross centuries later and watched soldiers break the legs of the two men crucified beside Jesus, and then watched them come to Jesus and find him already dead and decide not to break his legs, John would write, "These things happened so that the scripture would be fulfilled. Not one of his bones will be broken." At midnight, the destroyer moved through Egypt. The text does not describe the mechanism, does not explain whether it was an angel or a force or the direct hand of God. It says only that the Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on the throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the livestock as well. In every house without blood on the doorframe, a son died. Pharaoh rose in the night. His household rose. All Egypt rose. And the sound that filled the darkness was a wailing so vast and so deep that the text says there was not a house without someone dead. Every family, every street, every district. The weight of accumulated grief was beyond comprehension. A nation of parents waking in the dark to find their firstborn son still and cold, and no amount of power or wealth or magic could bring them back. The gods of Egypt, each one dismantled plague by plague, had offered no protection. Ra had not stopped the darkness. Hapi had not purified the water. Hathor had not saved the cattle. And now the final, decisive blow had fallen on the sons themselves, and Egypt's gods were silent. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron in the middle of the night. There was no more negotiation, no more hardening, no more conditions. Up, leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and herds as you have said, and go. The Egyptians urged the people to hurry and leave. We will all be dead, they said. The Israelites did not need to be asked twice. They gathered their dough before it was leavened, wrapped their kneading troughs in clothing, and asked their Egyptian neighbors for articles of silver and gold and for clothing. The Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and they gave them what they asked for. The nation that had enslaved Israel for 4 centuries handed over its wealth to the departing slaves, and in doing so fulfilled without knowing it a promise God had made to Abraham in the dark. Centuries before, when he told him that his descendants would come out of their captivity with great possessions, They left that night, roughly 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children, along with livestock and a mixed multitude of others who joined them. They carried Joseph's bones, faithful to the oath made generations earlier. And God went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, guiding them and sheltering them, a visible presence that neither faded nor departed. But Pharaoh's grief turned to rage, and his rage turned to pursuit. He harnessed his chariot, took his army, 600 of the best chariots along with all the other chariots of Egypt, each one officered, and he chased the Israelites toward the sea. The people, camped between the desert and the water, looked up and saw the Egyptian army approaching, dust rising in a column behind them, and they were terrified. "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die?" they screamed at Moses. "What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, 'Leave us alone. Let us serve the Egyptians'? It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert." The speed of their despair was remarkable. One night earlier, they had walked out of bondage laden with Egyptian gold. Now, with Pharaoh's chariots on the horizon, they wished they had never left. Moses answered them with words he could not have known the full weight of. "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Then God told Moses to stretch out his staff over the sea. Moses raised his hand, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. The pillar of cloud moved from the front to the rear, standing between the Egyptian army and the Israelites, bringing darkness to one side and light to the other, so that neither camp went near the other all night long. When the Israelites had crossed, the Egyptians followed. Every chariot, every horseman, every soldier who had been sent to drag the slaves back to the brickfields plunged into the corridor between the walls of water. In the last watch of the night, the Lord looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud at the Egyptian army and threw it into confusion. He jammed the wheels of their chariots so that they had difficulty driving. The Egyptians knew, in that moment, exactly what was happening. "Let's get away from the Israelites," they cried. "The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." God told Moses to stretch out his hand over the sea. Moses stretched out his hand, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. The water flowed back over the chariots and horsemen, over the entire army of Pharaoh that had followed Israel into the sea. Not one of them survived. The Israelites looked back from the far shore and saw the Egyptians lying dead on the sand, armor glinting in the morning light, horses still, chariots scattered like broken toys along the waterline. The empire that had held them for 400 years was floating face down in the surf. Miriam, the sister of Moses, the girl who had once watched a basket in the reeds, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women followed her, dancing and singing, "Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea." It was the first recorded song in Scripture, a hymn of liberation, sung by a woman who had spent her entire life watching God work in slow, inexplicable, sometimes agonizing increments, and who was now standing on the far side of the impossible, tambourine in hand, watching the water close over the last remnant of the old world. The Passover would become the central act of Israelite worship, repeated every year, the story retold at every table, the lamb slaughtered at every twilight on the 14th of Nisan, the blood applied, the bread broken, the bitter herbs tasted, the children asking, "Why is this night different from all other nights?" And the Father would answer, "Because on this night God brought us out. On this night the Lamb died so that we might live. On this night The blood on the door was the only thing between us and death. 1,500 years later, on the 14th of Nisan, in the city of Jerusalem, another lamb would be led to slaughter. He would be inspected for 4 days and found without fault. No bone in his body would be broken. His blood would be applied not to a wooden doorframe, but to a wooden beam. And the prophet John, seeing him approach the river Jordan at the very beginning of it all, would cry out the words that connected every thread in a single phrase: "Look, the Lamb of God, who takes away the sin of the world." But between the Red Sea and that Friday, the people had to learn what it meant to live with God in their midst, to carry His presence with them through the desert, to build Him a house made of acacia, wood, and gold and linen, and to discover that the God who had delivered them from Egypt wanted not just their gratitude, but their company, not just their obedience, but their intimacy, and that the only way into His presence was through a curtain, through blood, through a system of sacrifice so intricate and so relentless that it could only be pointing towards something or someone that had not yet arrived. 3 months after leaving Egypt, the Israelites reached the base of Mount Sinai. The mountain rose from the desert floor like something dropped from another world, its dark granite face scarred by wind and time, its peak disappearing into a sky that was about to become very, very loud. God told Moses to consecrate the people, to have them wash their clothes and abstain from certain things for 2 days, because on the 3rd day the Lord would come down on the mountain in the sight of all the people. They were not to touch the mountain or even its edge. Anything that touched it would die. On the morning of the 3rd day there was thunder and lightning with a thick cloud over the mountain, and a trumpet blast so loud that everyone in the camp trembled. Moses led the people out to the foot of the mountain to meet with God. Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace. The whole mountain trembled violently, and the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder. Moses spoke, and God answered him in thunder. The people stood at a distance. They watched the fire, heard the voice, and felt the ground shake under their sandals, and they were terrified. "Speak to us yourself," they begged Moses, "and we will listen. But do not have God speak to us, or we will die." The people who had walked through the sea on dry ground, who had eaten manna from heaven, who had drunk water from a rock, could not bear the unmediated presence of the God who had done all of this for them. The voice was too much. The fire was too close. The holiness was unbearable. They needed someone to stand between them and the blaze, someone who could enter the fire and come back alive, someone who could carry the words of God to the people and the words of the people to God. They needed a mediator. Moses entered the thick darkness where God was. He stayed on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, and during that time God gave him the law, the commandments, the statutes, the ordinances, the entire framework by which Israel was to live as a people set apart. But woven through the legal material, occupying more space in the text than any other single subject, was something unexpected: detailed architectural instructions for a tent. "Then have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. Make this tabernacle and all its furnishings exactly like the pattern I will show you." The Hebrew word for dwell is shakan, from which comes the later term Shekinah, the dwelling presence of God. The God who had thundered from the mountaintop, whose voice had driven the people to the edge of panic, whose holiness made the granite smoke and the earth tremble, now wanted to live in a tent in the middle of their camp. He wanted to be their neighbor. He wanted to pitch his tent alongside their tents, to travel when they traveled, to stop when they stopped, to be so close that when the wind shifted, the smoke from his altar would drift through their doorways. The God of Sinai was also the God who wanted proximity, and the tension between those two realities, the consuming holiness and the relentless desire for closeness, is the engine that drives every detail of the tabernacle's design, because the design was not arbitrary. Every measurement, every material, every color, every piece of furniture was specified by God with a precision that makes modern architectural blueprints look casual. God did not say, "Build me something nice." He said, "Use acacia wood. Overlay it with pure gold. Make the curtains of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, with cherubim woven into them by a skilled worker. Make 50 gold clasps, 48 frames, 16 silver bases, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, 1.5 cubits high." The specifications go on for chapter after chapter, and they read, at first glance, like an inventory list that has wandered into the wrong book of the Bible. But every piece of furniture in that tent was a picture. Every room was a lesson. The entire structure, taken together, was a map showing the way back into the presence of God, drawn in wood and metal and animal skin, and every station along the route required blood. The tabernacle was oriented east to west, with a single entrance facing east. This is the detail that catches the throat if you have been paying attention to the direction of exile in Genesis. East was the direction of departure, the way Cain walked when he left God's presence, the trajectory of humanity moving away from the garden. The tabernacle opened toward the east because it was an invitation to come back. The way out had always pointed east. The way in was through this door. The first thing a person encountered after passing through the gate of the outer court was the bronze altar. It stood in the open air, 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide, 3 cubits high, made of acacia wood overlaid with bronze, with horns at each of its 4 corners and a grating of bronze network halfway down. This was where the burnt offerings were made, where the animals were slaughtered, where the blood was poured and the fat was burned and the smoke rose day after day, morning and evening, without interruption. The altar was the first station on the journey toward God, and its message was blunt. You cannot proceed until something dies. You cannot approach the Holy One carrying your sin any more than you can walk into a furnace carrying straw. The sin must be dealt with, and the dealing requires a life poured out. The bronze altar was not a suggestion. It was a gate. No one passed it without blood. The burnt offering, the olah, was the most complete form of sacrifice. The entire animal was consumed by fire, sent up in smoke, given wholly to God. The worshiper would bring a male animal without defect, a bull, a ram, a goat, or, if they could not afford these, a dove or a young pigeon. The worshiper would place his hand on the head of the animal, pressing down, leaning his weight into the creature, and in that act of semicha, of laying on of hands, the identification was made. The sin of the worshiper was transferred symbolically to the animal. What the man deserved, the animal would receive. The man would walk away, the animal would not. Then the worshiper, not the priest, would slaughter the animal. He would draw the knife across its throat himself, feel the blood run over his hands, watch the life leave the creature whose head he had just pressed upon. The priests would catch the blood in basins and splash it against the sides of the altar, and then the animal would be cut into pieces, washed, and arranged on the fire. The smoke would rise, and the text uses a Hebrew phrase for this that is almost impossible to translate adequately. Reach nikoash, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The smell of burning flesh, which to human nostrils is pungent and unsettling, was received by God as something fragrant, something that satisfied, because it represented the costliest thing a human being could offer, a life in place of a life. Beyond the bronze altar stood the bronze laver, a large basin filled with water where the priests washed their hands and feet before entering the tent itself. The washing was mandatory. A priest who entered the holy place without washing would die. The progression was clear. First blood, then cleansing. First the death of the substitute, then the purification of the one who approaches. You could not skip the altar and go straight to the laver, and you could not skip the laver and go straight to the tent. Each step had to be taken in order, because each step represented a reality that could not be bypassed. The tent itself was divided into 2 rooms, separated by a curtain so thick and so heavy that it functioned less like a drape and more like a wall. The first room was the holy place, and it contained 3 pieces of furniture, each one crafted with obsessive care, and each one speaking a language that would not be fully translated for 15 centuries. On the right stood the table of showbread, also called the bread of the presence, a table of acacia wood overlaid with pure gold, on which 12 loaves of bread were arranged in 2 rows of 6, 1 loaf for each tribe of Israel. The bread was replaced every Sabbath, the old loaves eaten by the priests, the new loaves set in their place. The bread sat before the Lord continually, day and night, week after week, a perpetual offering that represented the sustenance God provided and the communion He desired. Bread in the ancient world was not a side dish, it was the meal. It was the thing that kept you alive. And this bread sat in the presence of God, as though God and His people were sharing a table, as though the tabernacle was not merely a place of ritual, but a dining room. On the left stood the golden lampstand, the menorah, hammered from a single piece of pure gold, with a central shaft and 6 branches, 3 on each side, each branch bearing an almond blossom cup. The lampstand burned continuously, fueled by pure olive oil, its 7 flames the only source of light in a room that had no windows. Without the menorah, the holy place was entirely dark. The priests who entered to tend the bread and the incense could see nothing unless the lampstand was burning. The light was not decorative. It was essential. It was the difference between orientation and blindness, between function and chaos. Directly ahead, against the curtain that divided the 2 rooms, stood the altar of incense. It was smaller than the bronze altar outside, a cubit long, a cubit wide, 2 cubits high, made of acacia wood, overlaid with pure gold. Incense was burned on it every morning and every evening, the same hours as the burnt offering outside, so that the smoke of the incense rose at the same time as the smoke of the sacrifice. The 2 columns of smoke, one from the courtyard and one from within the tent, rose together, the blood and the prayer ascending simultaneously, as though the sacrifice without the prayer was incomplete, and the prayer without the sacrifice had no ground to stand on. The incense represented the prayers of the people, rising before God, fragrant and continuous, and it burned against the curtain that hid the most terrifying room in human history. The curtain, the veil, the paroquet. It was made of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, with cherubim worked into it by a skilled craftsman. It was thick, woven, and heavy, and it hung from gold hooks on 4 posts of acacia wood overlaid with gold, set in 4 silver bases. Its function was absolute. It divided the holy place from the most holy place, the room where God actually dwelt, the space above the Ark of the Covenant, where the visible glory of God rested between the wings of the cherubim. No one passed through the veil except the high priest, and he only did once a year, and never without blood. The veil was not merely a partition. It was a declaration. You cannot come in here. Your sin makes this impossible. The God on the other side of this curtain is so holy, so blazingly pure, so utterly incompatible with the corruption you carry in your bones, that entering this space in your current condition would kill you the way water kills a flame. The cherubim woven into the fabric are the detail that connects the veil to the beginning of everything. Cherubim had been stationed at the entrance to Eden after the expulsion, guarding the way to the tree of life. Now they appeared again, stitched into a curtain that guarded the way to God's presence. The message had not changed. The way is blocked. You cannot return. The sword still turns. But the curtain also implied something the garden had not, that behind the barrier, the presence was still there. God had not left. He had not withdrawn to some distant heaven. He was right there, on the other side of the fabric, close enough that the high priest could hear the silence, separated from his people by nothing more and nothing less than a curtain, a boundary made of thread, something that could, in theory, be torn. Behind the veil sat the Ark of the Covenant. It was a box, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, 1.5 cubits high, made of acacia wood overlaid inside and out with pure gold. Gold rings were attached to its sides, and through them were inserted poles of acacia wood overlaid with gold, by which the ark was carried. The poles were never removed. The ark was always ready to move, always ready to travel, because the God who lived above it was not a stationary deity tied to a single location. He was a God who went with his people, who moved when they moved, who inhabited a portable throne because his intention was not to be visited occasionally, but to be present continually. Inside the ark were placed 3 objects, each one a compressed chapter of the story so far. The 2 stone tablets on which God had written the 10 Commandments with his own finger, the covenant demands that Israel had agreed to and would repeatedly break. A golden jar containing a measure of manna, the bread from heaven that had sustained the people in the wilderness, the daily provision that appeared on the ground each morning and could not be stored or hoarded, the food that taught Israel, one day at a time, what it meant to depend on God for survival, and Aaron's rod that had budded, the dead stick that had miraculously produced blossoms and almonds overnight, confirming Aaron's appointment as high priest against the complaints of those who challenged his authority, the law that condemns, the bread that sustains, the priesthood that mediates. All 3 sealed together in a golden box beneath the most important piece of furniture in the entire structure. The lid of the ark was called the Kaparet, the mercy seat. It was a slab of pure gold, the same dimensions as the ark itself, and rising from it at each end were 2 cherubim, also of gold, hammered from the same single piece. Their wings stretching upward and overshadowing the surface of the lid, their faces turned toward each other and downward, gazing at the space between them. This was the space. This was the precise location in all of creation where God's presence visibly rested, the exact spot where the Shekinah glory descended and dwelt, the point at which heaven and earth intersected. God told Moses, "There, above the cover between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the covenant law, I will meet with you and give you all my commands for the Israelites." The mercy seat was the place of meeting, and its name carried the weight of the entire sacrificial system. Kaparet comes from the same root as kafar, the word for atonement, for covering. The lid that covered the law was the place where mercy resided. Beneath the mercy seat lay the tablets of the law, the demands of God that no human being could fully keep, the covenant obligations that Israel would violate again and again and again. Above the law sat mercy, covering it, overshadowing it, positioned between the broken commandments and the face of God. The cherubim looked down at the mercy seat, and when they looked, they did not see the law. They saw the cover. They saw the place where, once a year, blood would be sprinkled, and the broken covenant would be covered, and the wrath that the law deserved would be absorbed by the mercy that the blood provided. The arrangement was not accidental. It was a 3-dimensional theology, a spatial argument rendered in gold. The law demands perfection. The blood provides covering. Mercy sits enthroned above judgment. And all of it was pointing forward, straining toward a reality it could picture but could not produce, because the blood of bulls and goats, however faithfully offered, however precisely applied, could never actually remove sin. It could cover it. It could roll it forward. It could defer the penalty the way a payment plan defers a debt, but it could not cancel it. The debt remained on the books, accumulating, waiting for a payment sufficient to clear the entire ledger. The writer of Hebrews would say it plainly: it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. The entire system was a rehearsal, a placeholder, a shadow cast by something solid that had not yet stepped into the light. The priesthood that serviced this system was itself layered with meaning. Aaron, Moses' brother, was consecrated as the first high priest in a ceremony that involved the slaughter of a bull and 2 rams, the application of blood to his right ear, his right thumb, and the right big toe of his right foot, and the sprinkling of blood and anointing oil upon his garments. The blood on the ear signified that what the priest heard was to be governed by the sacrifice. The blood on the thumb signified that what the priest did was to be governed by the sacrifice. The blood on the toe signified that where the priest walked was to be governed by the sacrifice. The man was marked at every extremity, claimed in every capacity, consecrated from head to foot for a role that would consume his life and define his identity. He was no longer merely Aaron. He was the one who stood between God and the people, carrying the names of the 12 tribes on his shoulders in onyx stones and over his heart in a breastplate of gold and precious gems, bearing their identity into the presence of God every time he entered the holy place. The high priest wore a turban on which was fastened a plate of pure gold, engraved with 2 words, "Holy to the Lord." It sat on his forehead, and it was to be on his forehead always when he entered the sanctuary, so that the people would be acceptable before the Lord. The priest bore the weight of the nation's acceptability on his own head. If he entered correctly, dressed correctly, sacrificed correctly, the people were accepted. If he failed, if he deviated, if he entered the most holy place on any day other than the appointed one, or without blood, or in the wrong garments, he would die. Tradition holds that later high priests wore a rope tied to their ankle when they entered the most holy place, so that if they were struck dead in the presence of God, the other priests could pull the body out without entering the room themselves. Whether this detail is historical or legendary, the fact that it was plausible tells you everything about the nature of the space. The tabernacle was a map, and the map had a single destination: the presence of God. But the route was lined with blood at every turning. The bronze altar required blood. The consecration of the priests required blood. The dedication of the tabernacle itself required blood, with Moses sprinkling blood on the altar, the tent, and all the sacred furnishings. The offerings brought by the people required blood, morning and evening, day after day. The smoke and the smell of it saturating the camp, becoming the ambient atmosphere of Israelite life, so constant and so pervasive that it would have been the first thing a visitor noticed and the last thing the residents thought about. The tabernacle did not whisper its message. It shouted it in the language of burning flesh and poured out blood, in a voice that said the same thing over and over: the way to God runs through death. There is no other path. There is no shortcut. There is no clean route that avoids the altar. Every road that leads to the mercy seat passes first through the place where something bleeds and dies. And yet the whole extravagant, blood-soaked, gold-plated structure was temporary. It was a tent, not a temple. It could be taken down, folded up, loaded onto carts, and moved. It traveled with the people through the wilderness for 40 years, pitched at one campsite after another, and was assembled and disassembled with the rhythmic regularity of a nomadic household. The cloud of God's presence would lift from above the tabernacle when it was time to move, and the people would break camp and follow it. When the cloud settled, they would stop and set up again. The tent went where God went, and the people followed the tent. This portability was the point. The tabernacle was not a destination. It was a companion. It did not sit in one place and summon the people to come to it. It packed up and went with them, trudging through the same sand, enduring the same heat and traveling the same miles. The poles were always in the rings of the ark, because the ark was always ready to be picked up and carried. God did not commute to work. He lived on site. He pitched his tent among their tents, and when the morning light hit the camp, the pillar of cloud stood over the tabernacle the way smoke rises from a neighbor's chimney, a quiet, constant reassurance that the house next door was occupied. When the tabernacle was completed and assembled for the first time, Moses inspected every piece, verified that it matched the pattern he had been shown on the mountain, and then the text records what happened with a simplicity that barely contains its own magnitude. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. God moved in. The tent was full. The presence that had shaken Sinai and terrified the people now occupied a room made of wooden frames and linen curtains, contained not by the structure, but choosing to be present within it, condescending to inhabit a space built by human hands because the alternative, remaining unapproachable on a smoking mountaintop, was not what God wanted. He wanted to be among them. He wanted to dwell, to shakan, to tabernacle. And centuries later, John would open his gospel with a sentence that uses this exact word in Greek. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. The verb is eskenosin. He tabernacled. He pitched his tent. He moved into the neighborhood. The God of Sinai set up camp in human skin and walked through the same dust and heat and hunger that his people had always walked through, and the gold and the acacia wood and the blue and purple and scarlet yarn had been telling this story all along. But the tabernacle, for all its beauty and all its meaning, operated under a system that could not complete what it promised. The sacrifices had to be repeated because they could never finally resolve the problem they addressed. Every morning, another lamb. Every evening, another lamb. Every Sabbath, additional offerings. Every new moon, every feast day, every occasion of sin, whether intentional or accidental, another animal, another throat cut, another basin of blood splashed against the bronze sides of the altar. The repetition was not a sign of the system's effectiveness. It was a sign of its limitation. A cure that must be administered every day is not a cure. It is a treatment, a management strategy, a holding pattern. And the tabernacle was the most elaborate holding pattern ever devised, a magnificent, God-designed, breathtakingly detailed structure whose entire purpose was to keep the people alive in the presence of holiness until the reality it pictured finally arrived. The morning lamb was sacrificed at the 3rd hour, 9 o'clock in the morning. The evening lamb was sacrificed at the 9th hour, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. These hours, fixed in the rhythm of Israel's worship for 15 centuries, would become the exact bookends of another sacrifice offered on a hill just outside Jerusalem's walls. The morning lamb was bound to the altar at 9 in the morning. At 9 in the morning, a man was nailed to a cross. The evening lamb was slaughtered at 3 in the afternoon. At 3 in the afternoon, that same man bowed his head and gave up his spirit. The hours were not a coincidence. They were an appointment, set 1,500 years in advance, written into the daily liturgy of an entire nation, so that when the moment arrived, anyone paying attention would recognize it. But the fullest expression of what the tabernacle was trying to say the annual climax of the entire sacrificial calendar. The one day when the high priest passed through the veil into the most holy place and stood before the mercy seat with blood that was not his own, that day and its terrible, beautiful, haunting rituals belong to their own chapter, a chapter involving 2 goats, a wilderness, and the strangest disappearing act in the history of worship. The 10th day of the 7th month, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. Every other day in the Israelite calendar had its sacrifices, its rhythms, and its appointed rituals, but this day stood apart from all of them, the way a funeral stands apart from a Tuesday. On this day, the entire nation stopped. No work was performed, no food was eaten. The people afflicted their souls, a phrase that carried the weight of fasting, mourning, and self-examination so thorough that it amounted to a kind of annual inventory of the human condition. Every person in Israel, from the elders to the children old enough to understand, spent this day confronting the same unbearable truth. The accumulated sin of the past year had not been resolved. It had been covered, deferred, and rolled forward by the daily offerings, but it had not been removed. The bronze altar could manage the symptoms. Only the Day of Atonement could address the disease. The ritual began with the high priest, and it began with him alone. On every other day of the year, the high priest wore his ornate vestments, the blue robe with its golden bells and pomegranates, the ephod of gold and blue and purple and scarlet yarn, the breastplate studded with 12 precious stones, the turban with its golden plate declaring holiness to the Lord. On the Day of Atonement, he removed all of it. Every piece of glory, every marker of rank, every emblem of authority was stripped away. He bathed his body in water and dressed in plain white linen, a linen tunic, linen undergarments, a linen sash, a linen turban. No gold, no color, no ornamentation. The most powerful religious figure in Israel entered the most sacred space in existence looking like a servant, indistinguishable from the cloth that covered the furniture. The symbolism was not subtle. The man who represented the entire nation before God could not enter the holiest room dressed in his own glory. His accomplishments, his office, his status, the 12 stones with the names of the tribes, none of it could come with him. He went in as a man in white, carrying nothing but blood, looking nothing like a high priest and everything like a sacrifice. Centuries later, Paul would write of another who, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing, taking the very nature of a servant. The high priest on Yom Kippur was a living picture of that descent. Glory set aside, authority laid down, the most exalted figure in the community entering the presence of God in the garments of the lowest. Before the high priest could atone for the nation, he had to atone for himself. This is a detail that matters enormously, because it reveals the fundamental inadequacy of the entire priestly system. The mediator was himself a sinner. The man who carried the people's guilt was already carrying his own. Aaron, and every high priest who followed him, was disqualified from the very task he was appointed to perform, not by incompetence but by nature. He was human, and humans sin, and a sinner cannot purify other sinners any more than a man drowning can rescue another man drowning. Both of them need someone standing on dry ground. The high priest slaughtered a bull as a sin offering for himself and his household. He took a censer full of burning coals from the altar of incense, along with 2 handfuls of finely ground fragrant incense, and brought them behind the curtain. He placed the incense on the fire before the Lord, and the cloud of incense covered the mercy seat so that he would not die. The smoke was a screen, a veil within the veil, protecting the priest from the direct, unshielded presence of God resting between the cherubim. Even behind the curtain, even on the one day he was permitted to enter, the high priest could not look directly at what was there. The smoke stood between him and the glory, and without it, the encounter would have been fatal. He took the blood of the bull and sprinkled it with his finger on the front of the mercy seat. Then he sprinkled it before the mercy seat 7 times. 7, the number of completion, the number that runs through the entire biblical narrative like a heartbeat. The blood fell on the golden lid that covered the law, and in that act the priest's own sins were covered. Now, and only now, could he turn his attention to the sins of the people. 2 goats were brought before the high priest at the entrance to the tabernacle. They were to be identical, or as nearly identical as the flock could provide, because the 2 animals together represented a single work that could not be accomplished by one creature alone. 2 lots were cast, one marked for the Lord, and the other marked for Azazel. The meaning of Azazel has been debated for millennia. Some translate it as scapegoat, others as the name of a wilderness demon, others as the goat of removal. What is clear is that the 2 designations pointed to 2 distinct fates, and both fates were necessary, and neither alone was sufficient. The first goat, the one whose lot fell for the Lord, was slaughtered as a sin offering for the people. The high priest killed it, took its blood behind the veil, and sprinkled it on the mercy seat and before the mercy seat exactly as he had done with the blood of the bull. The blood of this goat addressed the justice of God. Sin requires death. The law demands it. The wages of sin are not a fine or a reprimand, but a termination, a cutting off, a pouring out of life. The first goat paid that price. It died, and its blood was applied to the place where God's presence rested above the broken law, and the death of the substitute satisfied the demand that the sin of the people had created. Justice was served. The debt was paid. The blood spoke on behalf of the nation, and God accepted it. But justice, by itself, does not produce the experience of forgiveness. A debt can be paid, and the debtor can still feel the weight of it. A crime can be punished, and the criminal can still carry the guilt. The first goat answered the legal problem of sin. Someone must die. The second goat addressed the experiential problem. The sin must be removed, taken away, carried to a place from which it can never return. The high priest laid both hands on the head of the living goat. This was not the one-handed leaning of the regular burnt offering. This was 2 hands, full weight, both arms pressing down on the animal's skull, and while he pressed, he confessed. He spoke aloud over the goat all the wickedness and rebellion of the Israelites, all their sins, transferring them onto the head of the living animal. The Hebrew word used here for confess, vidui, carries the sense of a full, detailed, exhaustive declaration. This was not a vague acknowledgement of general sinfulness. This was a catalog, a litany, a recitation of specific offenses placed upon the head of a creature that had committed none of them. Then the goat was led away. A man, designated for the task, took the goat by a rope and walked it out of the camp, past the tents, past the boundaries of the community, into the wilderness, into the uninhabited land, the place of desolation, the eremos, the nowhere. The man walked until the camp was out of sight, until the smoke of the altar was no longer visible on the horizon, until there was nothing but open desert in every direction. And there, in the silence of the wasteland, he released the goat. The animal walked into the emptiness, carrying the sins of the nation on its head. It did not come back. It was not retrieved. No search party went after it. The goat disappeared into the wilderness, and the sins it carried disappeared with it, borne away to a land of no return, removed from the people as far as the eye could see, and then farther still, taken to a place that had no name and no inhabitants and no road that led back. When the man returned to the camp, he came alone, and the people knew, when they saw him walking toward them without the goat, that their sins had been carried away. The weight was gone. The guilt was removed. The year's accumulation of failure and rebellion and contamination had been loaded onto the back of an animal and sent into oblivion. The two goats, taken together, formed a single, complete picture of atonement. The first goat died. The second goat disappeared. One addressed the penalty. The other addressed the stain. One satisfied the demands of divine justice. The other enacted the experience of divine mercy. And neither, by itself, could have done what needed to be done. Sin is not merely a debt to be paid. It is a contamination to be removed. And sin is not merely a contamination to be removed. It is a debt to be paid. Both things are true simultaneously. And the Day of Atonement held both truths in its two hands, one goat bleeding at the altar and the other vanishing into the desert, and said, "This is what it takes." Both of these, the blood and the banishment, the death and the departure, the price paid and the record cleared. The rabbinical tradition records that a crimson thread was tied to the horn of the scapegoat before it was sent away, and another crimson thread was tied to the door of the tabernacle. When the scapegoat had reached the wilderness and the sins had been fully borne away, the thread on the door would turn white. The people would watch it, waiting, and when the color changed, they would know that the atonement had been accepted. "Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool." Isaiah's words were not abstract theology. They were a description of something the people had seen with their own eyes, year after year, standing at the door of the tabernacle, watching red thread turn white. The Talmud records something else, something the rabbis noted with evident discomfort. In the final decades before the destruction of the Second Temple, the thread stopped turning white. For 40 years before the Romans burned Jerusalem in 70 AD, the crimson cord remained crimson, the sign of acceptance no longer appearing, the old ritual continuing in form, but no longer producing the confirmation the people had come to expect. The rabbis puzzled over this, debated it, and offered explanations that ranged from the people's unworthiness to cosmic mystery. They did not connect it to the event that had occurred roughly 40 years before the temple's destruction, the execution of a Galilean preacher outside the city walls on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. At the hour of the evening sacrifice, on the 14th of Nisan, on the day the lambs were being slaughtered for Passover. They did not connect it, but the timing sits there in the historical record like a stone that refuses to be moved. After the high priest had completed the rituals of Yom Kippur, after the first goat was slain and the second goat was gone, he re-entered the tabernacle one final time. He removed the white linen garments, bathed again, and put on his regular vestments, the blue robe, the ephod, the breastplate, and the turban with its golden plate. He emerged before the people dressed in glory, having passed through death and come back, having entered the presence of God carrying blood and returning carrying acceptance. The people saw him come out and knew that the atonement had been made, that the high priest had survived the encounter, that God had accepted the offering, and that they were, for another year, safe. The writer of Hebrews would take this entire sequence and lay it over the life of one man with a precision that leaves no room for accident. The high priest who set aside his glory and dressed in plain garments. The mediator who first dealt with sin before emerging in victory. The blood carried behind a curtain into the direct presence of God. The sacrifice that was offered once, not for the priest's own sins, because this priest had none, but for the sins of the people alone. The goat that died to pay the price. The goat that bore the sins away to a place of no return. As far as the east is from the west, the psalmist wrote, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. The scapegoat walked east, into the desert, into the distance, carrying what the people could not carry and taking it where the people could not follow. But the Day of Atonement was not the only strange event in the wilderness years that would later prove to be a portrait drawn in advance. Somewhere on the long, circuitous road between Sinai and Canaan, a road that should have taken weeks and instead took 40 years because of the people's relentless inability to trust the God who had liberated them, another incident occurred, brief and bizarre and easily overlooked, that would become one of the most explicit links between the Old Testament and the cross. It involved snakes, a bronze sculpture, and the counterintuitive logic of salvation through staring at the thing that was killing you. The people were tired. They were always tired, or hungry, or thirsty, or bored, or frightened, or nostalgic for the misery they had left behind. "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness?" they demanded of Moses. "We have no bread, we have no water, and we detest this miserable food." The miserable food was manna, the bread that appeared on the ground every morning, that tasted like wafers made with honey, that had sustained them without interruption since the 2nd month of their journey. They were complaining about a daily miracle because it had become routine, and routine had drained it of its wonder, and without wonder, all they could taste was monotony. God's response was immediate and severe. He sent venomous snakes among the people. The Hebrew calls them nachash, saraph, fiery serpents, a name that could refer to the burning sensation of their venom or to their color or to both. The snakes bit the people, and many Israelites died. The camp, which moments before had been full of grumbling, was now full of screaming, of bodies writhing on the ground, of the particular terror that comes from an enemy that strikes without warning from the dust beneath your feet. The people came to Moses in a panic. "We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us." Moses prayed. And God's solution was, by any rational standard, one of the strangest commands in the entire Bible. "Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live." Not, "I will remove the snakes." Not, "I will heal the bitten." Not, "I will send an angel to protect you." Make a replica of the thing that is killing you. Lift it up where everyone can see it, and tell them to look at it. The cure for the snake bite was a snake. The remedy for the venom was a bronze image of the very creature that had delivered the venom. The thing that healed was an elevated representation of the thing that harmed. Moses made a bronze serpent and put it up on a pole. And the text says, with the plainness that is Genesis's and Numbers' characteristic mode of delivering the extraordinary, "When anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived." The mechanism was not medical. The bronze serpent contained no antivenom, no pharmaceutical compound, no magical property. It was a piece of metal on a stick. The healing was entirely dependent on the act of looking, of turning one's gaze toward the thing that had been lifted up, of trusting that the God who had commanded this bizarre remedy had the authority to make it work. The person who looked lived. The person who refused to look, who thought the instruction was absurd, who preferred to treat the wound by other means, who could not bring themselves to stare at an image of the thing that was destroying them, died with the venom still burning in their veins. The paradox was intentional, and it was deep. The serpent on the pole was not a different creature from the serpents on the ground. It was the same form, the same shape, the same image. But the serpents on the ground brought death, and the serpent on the pole brought life. The difference was position. The serpents on the ground struck from below, hidden, unseen until the fangs were already in the flesh. The serpent on the pole was lifted up, visible, public, displayed for all to see. The death dealer, when raised up, became the life giver. The curse, when elevated, became the cure. This is the text that Jesus himself reached for when explaining the meaning of his own death to Nicodemus, a Pharisee who came to him at night with questions he could not ask in daylight. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, Jesus said, "So the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life in him." He chose this image above all others. Not the Passover lamb, though he would fulfill that too. Not the ram in the thicket, though he was that as well. Not the goat whose blood was sprinkled on the mercy seat, though his blood would fulfill that function. He chose the serpent, the bronze image of the curse itself, raised on a pole, becoming the salvation of everyone who looked. Paul would take this further still, writing to the Corinthians in language so compressed and so explosive that theologians have been unpacking it ever since. God made him who had no sin to be sin for us, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. He did not say God made him a sin offering, though some translators have softened it that way. He said God made him sin. The one without venom became the image of venom itself. The one who had never been bitten took on the form of the serpent, was lifted up on a pole, and became the thing that heals when looked upon. The logic of the bronze serpent was the logic of the cross. The curse raised up becomes the cure for the cursed. The bronze serpent itself had a long and complicated afterlife. The Israelites kept it, carried it with them into the promised land, and over the centuries it became an object of veneration. By the time of King Hezekiah, hundreds of years later, the people were burning incense to it, treating it as an idol, worshiping the symbol instead of the God who had commanded it. Hezekiah, in a fit of righteous iconoclasm, smashed it to pieces and gave it a dismissive name, Nehushtan, just a thing of bronze. The king understood what the people had forgotten. The bronze serpent was never meant to be worshipped. It was meant to be looked at, believed, and then set aside when the reality it pointed to arrived. It was a signpost, not a destination, and the people had turned a pointer into a god. Between the two goats of Yom Kippur and the serpent on the pole, the wilderness years had embedded into Israelite consciousness two of the most vivid portraits of the coming salvation. The goat that died and the goat that carried sin away. The serpent that killed and the serpent that healed. Both pictures required the observer to hold two contradictory ideas simultaneously, that the same form could embody both the problem and the solution, that death could produce life, that the lifted up image of the curse could become the instrument of deliverance. These were not comfortable ideas. They were not intuitive or obvious. They required a willingness to trust the God who prescribed them, even when the prescription made no sense, even when every instinct said to look away, to find another cure, to seek a remedy that did not involve staring at the very thing that had brought you to the ground. The wilderness would eventually end. The Jordan would be crossed. The land would be entered. Judges would rise and fall. A monarchy would be established, contested, divided, and threatened. And in the midst of all this political and military upheaval, in the courts and caves and battlefields of Israel's turbulent history, a shepherd king would sit down with a harp and begin writing songs about suffering and abandonment and thirst and pierced hands and divided garments, songs so specific in their descriptions of agony that they read less like poetry and more like war. Correspondence filed 1,000 years before the battle they describe. David was the youngest son of Jesse of Bethlehem, a town so small and so unremarkable that even Nathanael, centuries later, would ask whether anything good could come from its general direction. He was a shepherd, the lowest rung of the family ladder, the one sent to watch the sheep while his older brothers attended to matters of importance. When the prophet Samuel came to Jesse's house looking for the next king of Israel, Jesse did not even bother to bring David in from the fields. He paraded his other sons, the tall ones, the impressive ones, the ones who looked the part. Samuel examined them one by one and rejected them all. "Are these all the sons you have?" he asked. Jesse shrugged. "Well, there is the youngest, but he is tending the sheep." Samuel said, "Send for him. We will not sit down until he arrives." David came in from the pasture, smelling of lanolin and grass, ruddy-faced, bright-eyed, still carrying the dust of the hillside on his sandals. And God said to Samuel, "Rise and anoint him. This is the one." The oil was poured on the head of a boy who had not been invited to his own interview, and from that day on, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon David. He would spend the next years of his life running from the king he was anointed to replace, hiding in caves, leading a band of fugitives, composing songs in the dark, and learning, through extended and frequently terrifying experience, what it felt like to cry out to God from a place of utter abandonment. It is this David, the David of the caves and the wilderness and the sleepless nights, who wrote the Psalms that concern us here. Not the David of the throne room, not the David of the military victories, not even the David of the scandalous affair and the murdered soldier. The Psalms that point to the cross came from the David who was hunted, betrayed, abandoned by friends, surrounded by enemies, and reduced to the kind of desperation that produces either madness or prayer. David, more than any other figure in the Old Testament, understood what it felt like to suffer while trusting God, to be God's anointed and God's fugitive at the same time, to be chosen and crushed simultaneously. And out of that understanding, he wrote things he could not possibly have understood. Psalm 22 is the most extraordinary of them all. It opens with a cry that would, 1,000 years later, be heard echoing off the limestone walls of Jerusalem at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me, so far from my cries of anguish?" David knew abandonment. He had been chased through the Judean hills by a king who wanted him dead. He had hidden in the cave of Adullam with 400 desperate men. He had watched his closest advisor, Ahithophel, defect to his son Absalom's rebellion. But the abandonment described in Psalm 22 exceeds anything David personally experienced. It is abandonment of a different order, a cosmic isolation, a severance so total that the sufferer is not merely alone among enemies, but alone before God. The cry is not, "Why do they attack me?" It is, "Why have you forsaken me?" The agony is not horizontal, it is vertical. The relationship that mattered most, the connection between the sufferer and his God, has been severed, and the sufferer does not know why. What follows the opening cry is a cascade of details so precise that reading them alongside the gospel accounts of the crucifixion produces the uncanny sensation of watching a single event described from two angles, separated by 10 centuries. All who see me mock me. They hurl insults, shaking their heads. He trusts in the Lord, they say. Let the Lord rescue him. Let him deliver him, since he delights in him. David had been mocked. David had been insulted. But this particular taunt, this specific phrasing, these exact words appear in Matthew's account of the crucifixion, spoken by the chief priests, the teachers of the law, and the elders as they stood at the base of the cross. He trusts in God. Let God rescue him now if he wants him, for he said, "I am the Son of God." The alignment is not approximate. It is verbatim. The mockers at Golgotha, without knowing it, were reading from a script that had been written a millennium before they were born. "I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart has turned to wax. It has melted within me." The medical precision here is startling. Crucifixion kills, among other ways, through a combination of hypovolemic shock, asphyxiation, and cardiac failure. The sustained stress on the body, the loss of fluids through sweat and blood, the position of the arms stretched wide and the body suspended from them produces exactly the symptoms David described: the separation of joints under the weight of the hanging body, the accumulation of fluid around the heart, the eventual rupture of the pericardial sac. When the Roman soldier thrust his spear into Jesus' side, and blood and water flowed out, John recorded it as a fulfillment of something he considered significant. The water and the blood, the melted heart, the bones pulled from their sockets. David wrote it in the vocabulary of poetry, but the vocabulary was medical. My mouth is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. You lay me in the dust of death. The thirst of crucifixion was legendary. The body, deprived of fluids, burning with fever, exposed to sun and wind, experienced a thirst so severe that Roman executioners sometimes offered a sponge soaked in sour wine as a minimal gesture of relief. I thirst, Jesus said from the cross, and John notes that he said this so that Scripture would be fulfilled. The Scripture he was fulfilling was a song written by a shepherd king who had never seen a crucifixion, who lived in an era when the method of execution did not yet exist anywhere in the known world. And here is the detail that arrests everything. Dogs surround me. A pack of villains encircles me. They pierce my hands and my feet. The Hebrew text of this line has been debated for centuries. The Masoretic tradition reads, Ka'ari, like a lion, but the Septuagint, the ancient Greek translation made by Jewish scholars before the Christian era, reads it as, they pierced. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the caves of Qumran, contain a version that supports the reading, they pierced. Set aside the textual debate for a moment and consider the image itself. A man surrounded by enemies, his hands and feet penetrated, his body on display, crying out to a God who does not answer. This is not a description of any known form of Israelite execution. Stoning was the standard method. Burning was occasionally used. The sword was employed for specific offenses, but piercing the hands and feet, suspending a living person by their punctured extremities, this was a Roman innovation, developed centuries after David's death, perfected in the provinces as a method of execution designed to maximize suffering and public humiliation. David described a death that had not yet been invented. All my bones are on display. People stare and gloat over me. The victim of crucifixion was stripped naked, or nearly so, hung above the crowd, visible from every angle, exposed to the stares of passers-by and the deliberate gloating of enemies. The body was a spectacle, a warning, a piece of public theater designed to communicate what happened to those who defied Rome. David, who had never seen a Roman cross, described the experience of being pinned to one with the accuracy of an eyewitness. They divide my clothes among them and cast lots for my garment. All four gospel writers record this detail. The soldiers at the foot of the cross divided Jesus' outer garments among themselves and cast lots for his seamless inner garment, the tunic woven in a single piece from top to bottom. John specifically notes that they did this to fulfill what was written in Scripture, and the Scripture he cites is Psalm 22. The soldiers were not scholars. They had not read the psalm. They were doing what soldiers always did with the possessions of a condemned man, and in doing so, they enacted a scene that had been choreographed in verse form 10 centuries earlier by a man who wrote about things he had never experienced and could not have explained. Psalm 22 does not end in death. This is crucial because the psalms that point to the cross do not stop at the suffering. After the agony, after the mockery, after the pierced hands and the divided garments and the cry of abandonment, the psalm pivots. I will declare your name to my people. In the assembly I will praise you. The sufferer survives. He testifies. He stands in the midst of the congregation and announces what God has done. And then the scope expands beyond anything David's personal situation could account for. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations will bow down before him. For dominion belongs to the Lord, and he rules over the nations. The suffering of one man produces the worship of all nations. The pierced one becomes the praised one. The abandoned one becomes the center of a global assembly. David's personal deliverance could not have produced this outcome. The psalm was reaching past David, past Israel, past the borders of the ancient world, toward a day when the one who cried, "Why have you forsaken me?" would also say, "It is finished," and the finished work would draw the nations to their knees. Psalm 69 carries the thread forward with its own cluster of details. They put gall in my food and gave me vinegar for my thirst. Matthew records that the soldiers offered Jesus wine mixed with gall before the crucifixion, and that later, during the ordeal, they lifted a sponge soaked in wine vinegar to his lips. The gall and the vinegar are not metaphors in the psalm. They are specifics, substances, things that touch the tongue and register on the palate, details so concrete that they can be checked against the historical record like items on a list. Zeal for your house consumes me, and the insults of those who insult you fall on me. John records that the disciples remembered this verse when Jesus drove the money changers from the temple, overturning their tables, scattering their coins, and wielding a whip of cords in the courts of a building that was supposed to be a house of prayer and had become a marketplace. The zeal was not diplomatic. It was hot, physical, and confrontational, and it marked Jesus, in the eyes of the religious authorities, as a dangerous man. The psalm had predicted not only the suffering, but also the specific act of provocation that would accelerate the hostility leading to it. I am a foreigner to my own brothers, a stranger to my own mother's sons. The rejection described in Psalm 69 is not the rejection of enemies, but of family. John records that even Jesus' own brothers did not believe in him during his ministry. They thought he was out of his mind. They suggested he go to Jerusalem and perform miracles publicly, a suggestion tinged with sarcasm and disbelief. The man who would save the world could not convince his own siblings that he was worth listening to. David had known this particular species of loneliness, dismissed by his own father, overlooked by his own brothers. But the psalm presses deeper than David's biography allows, into a rejection so thorough that it extends from the inner circle outward, from the family table to the national stage. Psalm 16 turns the lens from suffering to what happens after death. You will not abandon me to the realm of the dead, nor will you let your faithful one see decay. You make known to me the path of life. You will fill me with joy in your presence, with eternal pleasures at your right hand. David wrote this, but David died. David was buried. David's body decomposed in a tomb on the hillside of Jerusalem, and his grave was a known and visited location for centuries. When Peter stood up on the day of Pentecost, 50 days after the crucifixion, and needed to explain to a crowd of bewildered Jews what had just happened, he reached for this psalm and made the argument with the blunt logic of a fisherman. Fellow Israelites, I can tell you confidently that the patriarch David died and was buried, and his tomb is here to this day. But he was a prophet, and he knew that God had promised him on oath that he would place one of his descendants on his throne. Seeing what was to come, he spoke of the resurrection of the Messiah, that he was not abandoned to the realm of the dead, nor did his body see decay. David's body saw decay. Therefore, Peter argued, David was not writing about himself. He was writing about someone else, someone who would die and be buried, and whose body would not decompose, because the grave could not hold him, because corruption had no claim on him, because the path of life led through the tomb and out the other side. Psalm 16 was a resurrection text written by a man who did not experience resurrection, a prophecy delivered in the first person by a speaker who was not its subject, a song about life after death, composed by someone who was still waiting in his own grave for the descendant who would make the words come true. Psalm 110, the most frequently quoted psalm in the New Testament, introduced an idea so strange that the rabbis debated it for centuries and never arrived at a satisfactory resolution. The Lord says to my Lord, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet." David, the king, was calling someone my Lord. In the rigid hierarchy of ancient Israel, the king called no one his Lord. He was the Lord. He sat on the throne. Everyone else bowed. And yet here was David, the anointed king, addressing someone who outranked him, someone whom God himself was inviting to sit at his right hand, the position of supreme authority, the seat of co-regency. Jesus would use this psalm to pose a question that silenced the Pharisees entirely. If David calls him Lord, how can he be his son? The answer, which the Pharisees refused to give because it terrified them, was that the Messiah was both, David's son by lineage and David's Lord by nature, a descendant who was also an ancestor, a son who was also a sovereign, a human being who was also something more. The same psalm added another layer. You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. Melchizedek had appeared once in Genesis, briefly and without explanation, a king of Salem and priest of God Most High, who met Abraham after a battle and offered him bread and wine. He had no recorded genealogy, no beginning of days, no end of life. He appeared, blessed Abraham, received a tithe, and vanished from the narrative. The writer of Hebrews would seize on this enigmatic figure and argue that the Messiah's priesthood was not of the Levitical order, not dependent on ancestry or succession, but of a different order entirely, one that was eternal, unchangeable, and not bound by the limitations that disqualified every other priest who ever served. The psalm predicted a priest-king, a figure who held both offices simultaneously, something that was strictly forbidden under Israelite law, where the priesthood belonged to the tribe of Levi and the kingship to the tribe of Judah. No human being could hold both. David's psalm said someone would. Psalm 41 added the detail of betrayal by a trusted companion. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. David had experienced betrayal. Ahithophel, his counselor, had defected to Absalom, and the sting of it never fully left David's memory. But Jesus, at the Last Supper, applied this verse directly to Judas Iscariot, the disciple who sat at his table, dipped his hand into the same bowl, received the bread from his hand, and then went out into the night to sell him to the authorities. I am not referring to all of you, Jesus told his disciples. I know those I have chosen, but this is to fulfill this passage of Scripture. He who shared my bread has turned against me. The meal, the intimacy, the bread broken between friends, and then the door closing and the darkness swallowing the one who walked out. David had written it. Jesus lived it. Judas, like Ahithophel before him, fulfilled a script he had never read. And Psalm 31 provided the final words. Into your hands I commit my spirit. David had prayed this in moments of extremity, when enemies pressed close and escape seemed impossible, and the only option left was to place his life, his breath, his very existence into the keeping of the God he could not see. Luke records that Jesus spoke these words from the cross, the last sentence before death, the final conscious act of a man whose hands were pinned and whose body was failing, and who chose, with his dying breath, to place what remained of himself into hands he trusted more than his own. The words were David's. The voice was Jesus. The prayer was the same prayer, 1,000 years apart, and the hands that received it had never let go. What David accomplished in these psalms was something no priest or prophet before him had done with such visceral specificity. The rituals of the tabernacle had laid out the theology of substitution in blood and smoke. The Passover had demonstrated it in a night of death and deliverance. The Day of Atonement had enacted it with goats and a wilderness. But David gave the coming sacrifice a voice. He let you hear the sufferer's breathing. He let you feel the thirst, see the crowd, sense the mockery. He transformed a theological concept into a human experience, and he did it a millennium before the experience occurred, writing from inside a story that had not yet happened with a specificity that can only be explained in two ways. Either David was the most astonishingly lucky guesser in literary history, or he was writing under the direction of a mind that already knew what Friday afternoon in Jerusalem would look and sound and feel like, because that mind had designed it. David's songs gave the sacrifice a first-person narrator, but there was another voice in Israel, quieter than David's, stranger, more haunting, a voice that would describe the coming sufferer not from the inside, but from the outside, not as the one in agony, but as the stunned observer watching a man absorb the full weight of a nation's guilt, bearing it willingly, silently, without protest, like a lamb. And that voice belonged to a prophet who saw the servant 700 years before the servant arrived, and described him with such devastating clarity that the passage would become the single most contested, most debated, most consequential chapter in the entire Hebrew Bible. Isaiah, son of Amoz, prophesied in Jerusalem during the reigns of 4 kings, Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. His ministry spanned roughly 40 years, from about 740 to 700 BC, a period in which the kingdom of Judah watched its northern sister Israel to be devoured by the Assyrian war machine and carted off into exile, a catastrophe that left Judah standing alone, a small and anxious kingdom perched on the edge of the same abyss. Isaiah walked the streets of Jerusalem as a man who could see 2 horizons at once: the immediate political crisis bearing down on Judah like a siege engine, and, far beyond it, a future so luminous and so terrible that describing it required language stretched to its breaking point. He saw a virgin conceiving, a child called Wonderful Counselor, a shoot growing from the stump of Jesse, and a servant whose mission would confound every expectation Israel had ever formed about what rescue was supposed to look like. The servant songs, as scholars would later call them, appear in 4 clusters across the second half of Isaiah's writings, chapters 42, 49, 50, and then the climactic passage spanning from 52 to 13 to the end of chapter 53. Each song reveals a little more about the servant's identity and mission, and each one deepens the paradox that sits at the center of all of them. The servant is chosen by God, empowered by God, loved by God, and crushed by God. He is the instrument of salvation and the object of suffering simultaneously, and the suffering is not an obstacle to the salvation, it is the mechanism of it. The first song introduces the servant gently. "Here is my servant, whom I uphold, my chosen one in whom I delight. I will put my spirit on him, and he will bring justice to the nations. He will not shout or cry out or raise his voice in the streets. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoldering wick he will not snuff out." The portrait is of someone quiet, tender, almost reluctant, He does not operate by force or volume. He does not crush what is already broken or extinguish what is barely burning. He handles the damaged with care and the weak with patience. Matthew would quote this passage and apply it directly to Jesus after watching him withdraw from conflict, heal in private, and instruct those he healed to tell no one. The servant was not the warrior king Israel wanted. He was something gentler, and the gentleness would be mistaken for weakness by nearly everyone who encountered it. The second song, in chapter 49, introduces the servant's frustration. I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing at all. The servant is aware that his work appears to have failed. Israel has not responded. The people he was sent to gather have not gathered. But God answers, It is too small a thing for you to be my servant, to restore the tribes of Jacob and bring back those of Israel I have kept. I will also make you a light for the Gentiles, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. The scope expands catastrophically. The servant was not sent only to Israel. He was sent to the world. The mission that appeared to fail in the small arena was actually designed for a larger one, and the apparent failure was the prerequisite for the expansion. The rejected shepherd of Israel would become the light of the nations, and the nations that had never heard his name would become the beneficiaries of his work. The third song, in chapter 50, introduces the servant's suffering with physical specificity. I offered my back to those who beat me, my cheeks to those who pulled out my beard. I did not hide my face from mocking and spitting. The servant does not suffer accidentally. He offers himself to it. He presents his back for the whip. He turns his cheek toward the hand that tears out his beard. He stands still while they spit in his face. The violence is not inflicted against his will. It is absorbed by his consent. He participates in his own humiliation, and the participation is deliberate, chosen, willed. I set my face like flint, the servant says, and I know I will not be put to shame. The man walking toward the beating knows something the men holding the whips do not. He knows the outcome. He knows that the shame they intend to inflict will not adhere, that the humiliation is temporary, that the face they spit on will one day be the face before which every other face bows. And then comes the fourth song, Isaiah 52-13 to Isaiah 53-12, 15 verses, 700 years before the event. The most detailed, most specific, most theologically explosive prophecy in the entire Old Testament, and quite possibly the most consequential paragraph in the history of human literature. It begins with God speaking, and what God says is immediately disorienting. See, my servant will act wisely. He will be raised and lifted up and highly exalted. So far, this sounds like triumph. The servant will succeed. He will be elevated. He will be exalted. And then, just as there were many who were appalled at him, his appearance was so disfigured beyond that of any human being, and his form marred beyond human likeness. The exaltation and the disfigurement are placed side by side with no transition, no explanation, no attempt to soften the collision. The servant who will be lifted up is also the one whose face is destroyed beyond recognition. The glory and the ruin coexist. The highest and the lowest are the same man, so he will sprinkle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him. For what they were not told, they will see, and what they have not heard, they will understand. The sprinkling is priestly language. It is what the high priest did with the blood, flicking it from his fingers onto the mercy seat, onto the altar, onto the people. The servant who is disfigured will sprinkle nations, not just Israel, not just the 12 tribes, but the nations, the Goyim, the peoples beyond the borders who had never participated in the sacrificial system and had never stood before the bronze altar. And when they see what the servant has done, kings will close their mouths. The most powerful people on earth will be rendered silent by something they never expected and could not have predicted. Chapter 53 opens with a question that carries the weight of centuries of disbelief. Who has believed our message? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Isaiah is no longer merely predicting the servant's arrival. He is predicting the response. The message will not be believed. The arm of the Lord, the power of God made visible, will be revealed, and the people who see it will not recognize it, because it will look nothing like what they expected God's power to look like. He grew up before him like a tender shoot, and like a root out of dry ground. The servant's origins are humble, unremarkable, unimpressive. A shoot from dry ground is a thing that has no business existing. Dry ground does not produce shoots. Nothing grows where there is no water. And yet here he is, pushing through the cracked soil of a depleted world, emerging from a line, from a town, from a family that no one would have chosen. Bethlehem was dry ground. Nazareth was dry ground. A carpenter's household in a backwater province of the Roman Empire was the driest ground imaginable, and out of it came the root. He had no beauty or majesty to attract us to him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. The Messiah Israel was waiting for was supposed to be magnificent, tall, commanding, radiating the kind of authority that makes armies fall in line and enemies reconsider. The servant Isaiah describes is none of these things. He is ordinary, he is forgettable. He is the kind of man you pass on the street without a second glance. The lack of physical grandeur is not incidental to the prophecy. It is essential. The servant's power does not reside in his appearance. It resides in what he carries, and what he carries cannot be seen on the surface. He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of sorrows and familiar with suffering. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised, and we held him in low esteem, a man of sorrows. The Hebrew, ish makovot, describes someone who is intimately acquainted with pain, not as an occasional visitor, but as a permanent companion. Suffering was not something that happened to the servant. It was something he lived inside, the atmosphere he breathed, the climate of his entire existence. And the people's response was to look away. They hid their faces, the way you look away from a disfigured beggar, the way you cross the street to avoid the man whose suffering makes you uncomfortable. They did not hate him with the active hatred of enemies. They dismissed him with the passive contempt of people who could not be bothered. And now comes the reversal, the hinge on which the entire chapter turns, the moment when Isaiah pivots from describing what the people saw to revealing what was actually happening. Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him, and afflicted. Read that again. The people who watched the servant suffer assumed they were watching divine judgment. They assumed his pain was his own fault, that God was punishing him for some hidden sin, that the affliction was evidence of guilt. They looked at the disfigured man and drew the same conclusion Job's friends drew. You must have done something to deserve this. The suffering was visible. The reason for it was invisible. And the gap between what the observers saw and what was actually occurring is the gap that swallows everything, the gap where the entire theology of substitution lives. Because the next verse explains what was really happening. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. Our transgressions, our iniquities, our peace, our healing. The pronouns shift, and in the shifting, the entire landscape of the passage reorganizes itself. The servant was not being punished for his own sin. He was being pierced for theirs. The transgressions were not his. The iniquities were not his. The crushing weight that was destroying him belonged to someone else, to everyone else, and he was carrying it voluntarily, absorbing it into his own body, allowing the punishment to fall on himself so that the ones who deserved it could walk away whole. This is substitutionary atonement stated with such raw simplicity that no commentary can improve it. He took what was ours. We received what was his. The exchange was complete, and the cost was his body, his blood, his life, his peace. We all, like sheep, have gone astray. Each of us has turned to our own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. The universality is absolute. Not some of us, not the worst of us, all of us. Every individual, every generation, every nation, all have wandered. All have turned to their own path. And the aggregate weight of that collective wandering, the total mass of human selfishness and rebellion and indifference, was gathered up and placed on the shoulders of one man. The Lord did this, not the Romans, not the Sanhedrin, not Pilate. The Lord laid it on him. The transaction was divine in origin, authorized at the highest level, and accomplished not by human conspiracy, but by the will of the God who had walked through the pieces alone in the dark, who had sworn on his own life that the covenant would be kept, and who was now keeping it in the only way it could be kept, by absorbing the penalty himself in the person of his servant. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. He was led like a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. The silence of the servant is one of the most astonishing features of the prophecy, because it runs counter to everything human instinct demands. A man being unjustly killed protests. He argues. He declares his innocence. He screams, curses, pleads. The servant did none of these things. He was silent before his accusers, silent before his executioners, silent in the face of a verdict he did not deserve and a punishment he had not earned. The silence was not resignation. It was consent. The lamb does not argue with the butcher, because the lamb does not know what is happening. The servant did know, and he was silent anyway, because the silence was part of the offering. An offering that resists is not an offering. It is a hostage. The servant went willingly, and his willingness was expressed not in words, but in the absence of them. By oppression and judgment he was taken away. Yet who of his generation protested? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgression of my people he was punished. The trial was unjust. The judgment was rigged. And no one objected. No voice rose in his defense. No advocate stepped forward to argue his case. His generation, the people who knew him, who had heard him teach, who had watched him heal, who had eaten his bread and walked his roads, did not protest when the sentence was carried out. They watched in silence, or they turned away, or they joined the crowd. He was cut off, and the cutting was done in public, and the public let it happen. He was assigned a grave with the wicked, and with the rich in his death, though he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. The precision of this single verse has generated volumes of commentary. The servant, a condemned criminal in the eyes of the law, was assigned a grave with the wicked. Crucified men were typically buried in common graves, thrown together with other executed criminals, denied the dignity of a family tomb, and yet, in his death, the servant was with the rich. Joseph of Arimathea, a wealthy member of the Sanhedrin, went to Pilate after the crucifixion and asked for the body. He placed it in his own new tomb, one carved from rock in a garden near the place of execution. The condemned man received a rich man's burial. He was assigned a grave with the wicked and ended up in the tomb of the wealthy. Isaiah wrote both details in the same sentence, as though the contradiction were not a contradiction at all, but two halves of a single truth, the legal reality and the actual outcome, the assignment and the override. And then, after the death, after the burial, the prophecy does something impossible. Yet it was the Lord's will to crush him and cause him to suffer. And though the Lord makes his life an offering for sin, he will see his offspring and prolong his days, and the will of the Lord will prosper in his hand. He will see, he will prolong, he will prosper. The verbs are future tense, and they apply to a man who has just been described as cut off from the land of the living, as buried, as dead. The dead man will see his offspring. The dead man's days will be prolonged. The dead man will accomplish the Lord's purpose. Isaiah is describing a resurrection. He does not use the word, does not explain the mechanism, does not pause to address the obvious impossibility. He simply states the outcome. The servant dies, and then the servant acts. The grave is not the end of the story. It is the intermission. After he has suffered, he will see the light of life and be satisfied. By his knowledge, my righteous servant will justify many, and he will bear their iniquities. The satisfaction of the servant after his suffering is a detail that resonates with something deep in the architecture of the entire sacrificial system. The Hebrew word for the pleasing aroma that rose from the burnt offering, the reach nikoach, carried the idea of satisfaction, of a debt settled, of a hunger appeased. The servant, having suffered, is satisfied. He looks at the result of his anguish and pronounces it sufficient. The work accomplished what it was designed to accomplish. The many are justified. The iniquities are borne. The transaction is complete. Therefore I will give him a portion among the great, and he will divide the spoils with the strong, because he poured out his life unto death, and was numbered with the transgressors. For he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. He was numbered with the transgressors. Luke records that Jesus was crucified between two criminals, counted among them, lumped in with them, treated as one of them. And even in that position, even nailed to the wood with thieves on either side, the servant interceded for the transgressors. Father, forgive them. Jesus said, for they do not know what they are doing. He made intercession while the intercession was being nailed into his wrists, while the transgressors he was praying for were the very ones driving the nails. The passage stunned everyone who encountered it, and it still does. When Philip the evangelist found an Ethiopian official riding in his chariot on the road from Jerusalem to Gaza, the man was reading this exact text. "Tell me, please," the Ethiopian asked, "who is the prophet talking about, himself or someone else?" It is the question that hangs over Isaiah 53 like a cloud that will not disperse. Who is the servant? Jewish interpretation has wrestled with this for millennia. Some identified the servant as Israel itself, the nation suffering collectively for the sins of the world. Some identified him as a righteous remnant within Israel. Some pointed to specific historical figures: Moses, Jeremiah, the nation in exile. The Talmud contains passages that identify the servant as the Messiah and describe his sufferings in terms that align almost exactly with the Christian reading. Other rabbinical traditions moved sharply away from the messianic interpretation, particularly after Christians began citing the passage as evidence for Jesus' identity. Philip, sitting beside the Ethiopian in his chariot, began with that very passage of Scripture and told him the good news about Jesus. The Ethiopian believed, was baptized in water they found along the road, and continued on his journey rejoicing, carrying the scroll of Isaiah back to Africa with a reading of it that would change everything. Isaiah was not the only prophet whose words would converge on the cross. Across the span of Israel's prophetic tradition, Other voices added their own details to the portrait, each one contributing a line, a color, a feature that made the composite image more specific and more recognizable. Micah, Isaiah's contemporary, writing from the small town of Moresheth in the Judean lowlands, delivered a prophecy so geographically precise that the chief priests and scribes could cite it from memory when Herod asked where the Messiah was to be born. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times. The ruler's origins are from of old, from days of eternity. A phrase that strains against the limits of what can be said about a merely human king, a man born in Bethlehem whose origins are eternal. A ruler who emerges from the smallest clan in the smallest tribe, but whose existence predates his birth by an infinity. Micah did not resolve the paradox. He simply stated it and left it for later generations to discover that paradoxes, in the hands of God, are not errors, but architecture. Zechariah, writing after the exile, after the return, after the rebuilding of a temple that made the old men weep because it was so much smaller than the one they remembered, added details to the portrait that are almost unbearably specific. "Rejoice greatly, daughter Zion! Shout, daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, lowly and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. The King of Israel, the descendant of David, the one through whom all nations would be blessed, would enter his capital not on a war horse, not in a chariot, not at the head of an army, but on a young donkey, an animal associated with humility and peace." On the Sunday before the crucifixion, Jesus sent 2 disciples to fetch a donkey and its colt from a village near the Mount of Olives. He rode the animal into Jerusalem, while crowds spread cloaks and palm branches on the road and shouted, "Hosanna to the Son of David!" The king arrived exactly as Zechariah had described, and the city that cheered him on Sunday would condemn him by Friday. Zechariah also wrote the words that would explain the grief that followed the recognition. "And I will pour out on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem a spirit of grace and supplication. They will look on me, the one they have pierced, and they will mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and grieve bitterly for him as one grieves for a firstborn son." The speaker in this passage is God. God says, "They will look on me, the one they have pierced." God has been pierced. God will be mourned. And the mourning will be the mourning of parents who have lost their only child, their firstborn, the one on whom all their hope rested. John, standing at the foot of the cross, watching the soldier's spear enter Jesus' side, would quote this verse and note that it was fulfilled in that moment, in that specific wound, in that particular spilling of blood and water from the body of a man who had just died. "Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered," Zechariah wrote in chapter 13, and Jesus quoted it to his disciples on the night of his arrest as they walked from the upper room to the Garden of Gethsemane. "You will all fall away," he told them, "for it is written, 'I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered.'" Within hours, every one of them had fled. Peter denied knowing him 3 times before the rooster crowed. The shepherd was struck, and the flock disintegrated, exactly as the prophet had written 5 centuries earlier, in a book that the disciples had read and studied and memorized, and still did not recognize when the words began to happen around them. Daniel, writing from exile in Babylon, contributed the most precise chronological prophecy in the Old Testament. 77s are decreed for your people and your holy city, to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. The 77s, understood by most interpreters as 70 weeks of years, 490 years, were divided into segments, and the prophecy specified that after 62 sevens, the Anointed One will be cut off and will have nothing. The Anointed One, the Messiah, cut off. The same language Isaiah used, cut off from the land of the living. Daniel placed this cutting off within a specific time frame, and whatever calculation one uses, the window converges on the 1st century AD, on the decade surrounding the life and death of a man born in Bethlehem and executed in Jerusalem. Malachi, the last prophetic voice before 400 years of silence, added his own contribution. I will send my messenger, who will prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the Lord you are seeking will come to his temple. The messenger of the covenant whom you desire will come. A forerunner would arrive first, preparing the way. Then the Lord himself would come to his own temple. John the Baptist, standing at the Jordan in a camel hair coat, eating locusts and wild honey, pointed at the man walking toward him and declared him to be the one Malachi had predicted. The forerunner had arrived, and behind him, walking through the crowd toward the water, came the Lord, heading for a temple he would enter exactly 3 years later on the back of a borrowed donkey. The prophetic voices, taken together, assembled a portrait of such detail and such internal coherence that the probability of any single human life fulfilling all of them by coincidence collapses into statistical impossibility. Born in Bethlehem, from the tribe of Judah, of the line of David, preceded by a messenger, entering Jerusalem on a donkey, betrayed by a friend, sold for silver, silent before accusers, pierced, disfigured, buried with the rich, and then, after death, alive again, prolonging his days, seeing his offspring, dividing the spoils with the strong. The prophets did not write a theology textbook. They wrote scenes from a life that had not yet been lived, details from a day that had not yet dawned, words spoken by a man who had not yet been born. They wrote as men carried along by the Holy Spirit, and what the Spirit showed them was not a system but a person, not a doctrine but a face, and the face was marked by sorrow, and streaked with blood, and set like flint toward a city that would kill him, and a tomb that could not hold him. But before the tomb, before the cross, before the final week that the prophets had spent centuries describing in advance, one more sign remained, a sign so peculiar and so vivid that Jesus himself called it the only sign his generation would receive. The sign of a prophet swallowed by a fish, buried in the ocean's belly for 3 days and 3 nights, and then vomited onto the shore, alive, reeking of seawater and stomach acid, sent to preach to the very people he had been running from. Jonah, son of Amittai, was a prophet in the northern kingdom of Israel during the reign of Jeroboam II, which places him in the 8th century BC, a contemporary of Amos and a near contemporary of Hosea. Working in a period of relative prosperity that made prophecy feel less urgent than it should have been, he was not a nobody. The Book of Kings mentions him by name as a prophet whose word proved accurate, whose prediction of Israel's expanded borders came to pass exactly as he said they would. He was credentialed and established, a man with a track record of hearing God correctly. And when God spoke to him again, giving him his most important assignment, Jonah did the one thing no other prophet in the Hebrew Bible ever did. He ran. Go to the great city of Nineveh and preach against it, because its wickedness has come up before me. The instruction was clear. Nineveh was the capital of Assyria, the most brutal empire in the ancient world, a civilization whose military tactics included impaling prisoners on stakes, skinning captives alive, and building pyramids of severed heads at the gates of conquered cities. The Assyrians were not merely enemies of Israel. They were the enemies of every small nation unfortunate enough to lie in their path. They were coming. Everyone knew it. And when they arrived, they would do to Israel what they had done to everyone else. God wanted Jonah to go to the heart of this empire and tell them to repent. Jonah went to Joppa and boarded a ship sailing for Tarshish, which was in the opposite direction. Not merely a different direction, not a slight detour, but the farthest point west that the ancient maritime world could reach. If Nineveh was east, Tarshish was as far west as you could go without falling off the edge of the map. Jonah was not meandering. He was fleeing, deliberately, purposefully, putting as much ocean between himself and Nineveh as a first-century merchant vessel could manage. Why did he run? The text does not explain his motives at this point, but Jonah himself will reveal them later, and the revelation, when it comes, is more damning than cowardice. He was not afraid of the Assyrians. He was afraid of something far worse from his perspective, that God might actually show them mercy. Jonah knew God's character. He knew what happened when people repented. And the thought of Nineveh, the blood-soaked capital of the empire that was about to swallow his own nation, receiving grace instead of judgment, was more than Jonah could stomach. He would rather drown than deliver a message that might result in the salvation of his enemies. God sent a storm. It was not a natural storm, not the kind of squall that Mediterranean sailors expected and navigated through with experience and nerve. It was a targeted, violent, supernaturally generated tempest that threatened to tear the ship apart. The sailors, seasoned men who had ridden out rough weather before, were terrified. They threw the cargo overboard to lighten the ship. They prayed, each man to his own god, calling on every deity they knew, hedging their theological bets with the desperation of men who could feel the hull cracking beneath their feet. And Jonah was asleep, below deck, in the hold of a disintegrating ship, while the sea raged and the sailors screamed and the timbers groaned. The prophet of God was unconscious. The captain found him and was incredulous. "How can you sleep? Get up and call on your God. Maybe he will take notice of us so that we will not perish." The irony was thick enough to taste. The pagan sailors were praying. The prophet of the living God was napping. The sailors cast lots to determine who was responsible for the disaster, and the lot fell on Jonah. They peppered him with questions. "Tell us, who is responsible for making all this trouble for us? What kind of work do you do? Where do you come from? What is your country? From what people are you?" Jonah answered with a confession that was both true and terrible. "I am a Hebrew, and I worship the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land." The men were terrified, because they now understood that the storm was not meteorological, but theological. "What have you done?" they asked, and they already knew, because he had told them he was running from the Lord. "Pick me up and throw me into the sea," Jonah told them, "and it will become calm. I know that it is my fault that this great storm has come upon you." This is the detail that elevates Jonah's story from a tale about a reluctant prophet to something far deeper. Jonah offered himself. He told the sailors to throw him overboard, to sacrifice him to the sea, to let his body absorb the consequence of his disobedience, so that the ship and everyone on it might be saved. The flight was over. The hiding was done. And in the moment of exposure, Jonah did not suggest they pray harder or change course or bail faster. He said, "Throw me in. Let me go down. Let the storm have what it wants." The sailors resisted. They were more compassionate than the prophet had been, these pagan seamen who worshipped false gods and had never heard of Moses or the covenant. They tried to row back to land, fighting the waves, burning every muscle, refusing to throw a man to his death, even if that man was the cause of their peril. but the sea grew even wilder. Finally, with no other option, they prayed to Jonah's God, begging not to be held guilty for what they were about to do, and they threw him into the water. The sea stopped raging. Immediately, completely, the water went flat. The sailors, who moments ago had been screaming into the wind, now stood in sudden silence on a calm deck, staring at the place where Jonah had disappeared beneath the surface. And they feared the Lord greatly. They offered sacrifices. They made vows. The pagans had become worshippers, converted not by a sermon, but by the sight of a man going down into the deep so that they could live. Jonah sank. The Mediterranean closed over his head, and the water filled his lungs, and the light from the surface dimmed and disappeared, and the seaweed wrapped around his skull, and the currents dragged him downward toward the mountains beneath the sea. And then the Lord provided a great fish. The text does not call it a whale. It calls it a dag gadol, a great fish, a creature large enough to swallow a man whole and hold him alive in its interior. The biological specifics have been debated endlessly, and the debates miss the point entirely, because the story is not interested in marine biology. It is interested in theology. The fish was an instrument, a vessel, a living coffin that swallowed the prophet and carried him in its belly for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days, 3 nights, in the dark, in the pressure and the stench and the gastric acids and the absolute absence of light, of air, of hope. Jonah was buried alive inside a creature that was itself buried in the depths of the sea. He was as close to dead as a living man could be. The boundaries between life and death blurred in that space, and Jonah, from inside the belly of the fish, prayed a prayer that reads like a hymn from the grave. In my distress I called to the Lord, and he answered me. From deep in the realm of the dead I called for help, and you listened to my cry. The realm of the dead, Sheol. Jonah prayed from inside the stomach of a fish and described his location as the realm of the dead. He was not being metaphorical. He was describing the experience of being swallowed, of being enclosed in darkness, of being cut off from every living thing, of inhabiting a space that felt in every meaningful sense like death. You hurled me into the depths, into the very heart of the seas, and the currents swirled about me. All your breakers and your waves swept over me. Jonah did not blame the sailors. He blamed God. You hurled me. You did this. The storm, the lot, the men's hands lifting him and casting him over the rail, all of it was God's doing. Jonah understood, in the belly of the fish, what the sailors had already figured out on the surface. This was not an accident. It was an appointment. I said, I have been banished from your sight, yet I will look again toward your holy temple, even from inside the fish, even from the floor of the ocean, even from a place that felt like the land of the dead. Jonah turned his face toward the temple, toward the place where God's presence dwelt, toward the mercy seat and the altar and the incense and the veil. The man who had run from God's commission now oriented himself in total darkness toward God's house. He could not see it. He could not reach it. But he looked toward it, and the looking was enough. When my life was ebbing away, I remembered you, Lord, and my prayer rose to you, to your holy temple. Those who cling to worthless idols turn away from God's love for them. But I, with shouts of grateful praise, will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will make good. I will say, salvation comes from the Lord. Salvation comes from the Lord. Not from Jonah's obedience, because Jonah had disobeyed. Not from Jonah's courage, because Jonah had fled. Not from Jonah's worthiness, because Jonah was sitting in the digestive tract of a sea creature as a direct consequence of his own rebellion. Salvation comes from the Lord. The prophet who could not save himself, who had been swallowed by the sea and entombed in a fish and reduced to praying from inside a living grave, declared with the clarity of a man who has nothing left but the truth. Salvation belongs to God and God alone. And the Lord commanded the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. He came back, out of the deep, out of the dark, out of the belly, out of the grave. The man who went down came up. The man who was swallowed was expelled. The man who spent 3 days in the heart of the sea was returned to the shore, disoriented and stinking and alive, standing on solid ground that he had no right to be standing on, breathing air that by every natural law he should not have been breathing. God spoke to Jonah a second time. Go to the great city of Nineveh and proclaim to it the message I give you. This time Jonah went. He walked into the largest city in the world, a metropolis so vast it took 3 days to cross, and he preached the shortest, most reluctant sermon in prophetic history. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. 8 words in Hebrew, no explanation, no call to repentance, no offer of mercy, just a countdown and a verdict. Jonah gave them the minimum. He threw the words at the city like a man throwing a rock at a window, hoping it would shatter. But Nineveh repented. The entire city, from the king on his throne to the poorest beggar in the gutter, believed God. The king rose from his throne, took off his royal robes, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat down in ashes. He issued a decree. Let everyone call urgently on God. Let them give up their evil ways and their violence. Who knows? God may yet relent, and with compassion turn from his fierce anger, so that we will not perish. The most violent civilization in the ancient world fell to its knees because a wet, angry prophet who did not want to be there delivered a message he did not want to deliver, and God honored the repentance of people who had no covenantal right to expect his mercy. God relented. He did not bring upon Nineveh the destruction he had threatened, and Jonah was furious. Isn't this what I said, Lord, when I was still at home? That is what I tried to forestall by fleeing to Tarshish. I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, slow to anger and abounding in love, a God who relents from sending calamity. There it is, the reason for the flight, finally spoken aloud. Jonah knew God was merciful. He knew that if he preached, the Assyrians might repent, and if they repented, God might forgive them. And if God forgave them, then the enemies of Israel would survive to terrorize another generation. Jonah had run not because he doubted God's power, but because he trusted God's character, and he hated what that character would produce. He would rather die than watch grace extended to the people who least deserved it. Now, Lord, take away my life, for it is better for me to die than to live. The prophet who had been rescued from the sea now asked for death. The man who had been vomited out of the grave wanted to go back in. God's response was gentle and devastating. Is it right for you to be angry? God provided a leafy plant that grew up overnight and gave Jonah shade from the scorching sun. Jonah was very happy about the plant. Then God provided a worm that chewed the plant so that it withered. The sun blazed, a hot east wind blew, and Jonah grew faint. He wanted to die again. It would be better for me to die than to live, he repeated. God said, Is it right for you to be angry about the plant? It is, Jonah said, and I'm angry enough to die. And God delivered the final line of the book, the question that the story was written to ask, the question that hangs in the air without an answer because the answer was supposed to come from the reader, not the text. You have been concerned about this plant, though you did not tend it or make it grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. And should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh, in which there are more than 120,000 people who cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also many animals? The book ends there. No resolution, no record of Jonah's response. The last word belongs to God, and it is a question about mercy, about whether the creator of a universe has the right to extend compassion to people who do not deserve it, people who cannot tell their right hand from their left, people who are lost and violent and ignorant and beloved anyway. The question was posed to Jonah, but it was aimed at Israel, and through Israel at every reader who would ever pick up the scroll and find themselves annoyed that God's grace was wider than their own. Jesus reached for this story and pulled from it the one detail that no one was expecting. The Pharisees and teachers of the law came to him and said, "Teacher, we want to see a sign from you." They wanted a spectacle, a miracle performed on demand, a supernatural display that would settle the question of his identity once and for all. Jesus refused. "A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a sign," he said, "but none will be given it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." The sign was not the fish. The sign was the duration. 3 days, 3 nights. The burial and the return. The descent into the dark and the emergence into the light. Jonah in the belly of the sea creature was a rehearsal for the Son of Man in the belly of the earth. The prophet who went down and came back up was a living preview of the one who would go down into a borrowed tomb on a Friday evening and come back up on a Sunday morning. The sign of Jonah was the sign of resurrection, and Jesus declared it the only sign his generation would receive. No fireworks, no angels descending in public view, no writing in the sky, just a man going into the ground and coming out again 3 days later. That was the sign. That was the proof. And if it was not enough, nothing would be. Jesus added a detail that sharpened the comparison to a razor's edge. The men of Nineveh will stand up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah, and now something greater than Jonah is here. Pagan Assyrians repented when a reluctant prophet delivered 8 words of judgment. The people of Israel, who had the law and the prophets and the Psalms and the tabernacle and the entire architecture of redemption laid out before them, were looking at someone greater than Jonah and asking for a sign. The absurdity was deliberate. The indictment was precise. The Ninevites, who had no Bible, no covenant, no priesthood, no history of divine interaction, responded to the least persuasive sermon ever preached. Israel, with every advantage, was unmoved by the most compelling life ever lived. Daniel's story added another dimension to the pattern of descent and return, though it operated through a different mechanism. Daniel was not swallowed by a creature. He was thrown to them. The narrative is familiar. Daniel, a Jewish exile serving in the Babylonian and later Persian courts, rose to such prominence that the other officials conspired against him. They persuaded King Darius to sign a decree that for 30 days no one could pray to any god or human being except the king. Anyone who violated the decree would be thrown into the lion's den. Daniel knew about the decree. He went home, opened his windows toward Jerusalem, the same directional prayer that Jonah had prayed from inside the fish, and he knelt and prayed 3 times a day, just as he had always done. He did not hide it. He did not close the shutters. He did not pray silently or adjust his routine to avoid detection. He opened the windows wider, if anything, because the alternative was to stop praying, and for Daniel, stopping was not an option. The decree demanded that he choose between his God and his life, and Daniel chose his God, and the choice cost him his life, or so everyone expected. The conspirators brought their evidence to Darius, who was distressed because he valued Daniel but could not undo his own law. Daniel was thrown into the den of lions. A stone was placed over the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring and the rings of his nobles, so that nothing could be changed. The sealed stone, the signet of the king. The man inside, given up for dead, placed beyond the reach of any human rescue. The parallels to another sealed stone, another dead man, another tomb secured by the authority of the governing power, are so structurally precise that they hardly need to be stated. They simply sit there in the text, waiting to be noticed. Darius spent the night in anguish, unable to eat, unable to sleep, unable to enjoy the entertainments his servants brought him. At first light, he rushed to the den and called out in a voice full of dread, "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to rescue you from the lions?" And from inside the sealed den, the dead man answered, "May the king live forever. My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions. They have not hurt me, because I was found innocent in his sight." The stone was removed. Daniel was lifted out, not a scratch on him. The man who had been sealed in a tomb full of death walked out alive and unharmed. And the king issued a decree that in every part of his kingdom people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel. For he is the living God, and he endures forever. His kingdom will not be destroyed. His dominion will never end. He rescues and he saves. He performs signs and wonders in the heavens and on the earth. He has rescued Daniel from the power of the lions. The pattern repeated: descent into a sealed space of death, an interval of waiting, and then emergence, alive, vindicated, with the authorities who sealed the tomb now issuing proclamations about the power of the God who broke it open. But Jonah and Daniel were not the only voices in the minor and later prophetic writings whose words would find their fulfillment in the shadow of the cross. Scattered across the smaller scrolls, tucked into prophecies that most readers skim past on their way to Isaiah or the Psalms, were fragments of the coming story, each one too small to constitute a portrait on its own, but collectively forming a mosaic that, when assembled, depicted the same face. Hosea, the prophet whose own marriage became a prophetic act, was instructed by God to marry a woman named Gomer who would be unfaithful to him. She left him for other lovers. She degraded herself. She ended up on the slave block, and Hosea, on God's instruction, went and bought her back, paying the price of a slave to redeem his own wife. The entire marriage was a living parable of God's relationship with Israel, the faithful husband pursuing the faithless bride, buying her back from the very slavery she had chosen, loving her not because she deserved it, but because love, in God's economy, is not governed by the worthiness of its object. And embedded in Hosea's prophecy was a line that Matthew would later apply to the infant Jesus. "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." The phrase originally referred to the nation's exodus, but Matthew heard in it a second meaning, a deeper resonance, pointing to the night when Joseph and Mary fled to Egypt with the child and then returned, fulfilling in a single family what had been enacted centuries earlier in an entire nation. Hosea added another phrase that Jesus would quote at a moment when the religious establishment was challenging his right to eat with sinners. "For I desire mercy, not sacrifice, and acknowledgement of God rather than burnt offerings." The entire sacrificial system, with all its blood and smoke and meticulous ritual, was never the point. It was the vehicle, not the destination. God wanted mercy, not the mechanical repetition of religious duties performed without a heart that understood why they existed. The sacrifices pointed to something. They were not that something. And the God who had designed the system was the first to say so. Joel, prophesying in Judah, described a day of the Lord so terrible that the sun would turn to darkness and the moon to blood, a cosmic upheaval that would precede the final reckoning. But before the darkness, Joel promised an outpouring. And afterward, I will pour out my Spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions. Even on my servants, both men and women, I will pour out my Spirit in those days. Peter, standing before the astonished crowd at Pentecost, with tongues of fire still flickering in the air and the sound of a rushing wind still ringing in his ears, quoted this passage and declared it fulfilled. The Spirit that had once rested on individual prophets and kings and priests was now being poured out on everyone, without distinction of gender or age or social position. The veil that separated God from his people had been torn, and through the tear the Spirit rushed like water through a broken dam. Habakkuk, watching the rise of the Babylonian Empire and struggling to understand why God would use a nation more wicked than Judah to punish Judah, received an answer that would echo through the centuries and eventually anchor the entire theology of the Reformation. The righteous person will live by his faith, not by his performance, not by his adherence to ritual, not by the precision of his sacrificial calendar, but by faith. Paul would quote this line in his letter to the Romans, and again in Galatians, and the writer of Hebrews would quote it a third time, and Martin Luther would read it in a monastery cell in Wittenberg and feel the ground shift beneath his feet. The righteous live by faith. The sentence is 5 words long, and it took the entire biblical narrative to explain what it meant. The book of Ruth, though not classified among the prophets, told a story that wove itself into the genealogical thread with quiet, devastating precision. Ruth was a Moabitess, a foreigner, a woman from a nation that had originated in incest and was specifically excluded from the assembly of the Lord. She had no right to be in the story. She had no claim on the covenant, and yet she clung to her mother-in-law Naomi, followed her back to Bethlehem, and spoke words of loyalty so fierce that they have been borrowed by every wedding ceremony since. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. In Bethlehem, she met Boaz, a wealthy landowner who was also a kinsman redeemer, a Goel, a relative with the legal right and the financial ability to buy back family property and marry the widow to continue the family line. Boaz redeemed Ruth. He purchased the land. He married the woman. And their great-grandson was David. The outsider, the Moabitess, the woman with no claim, was woven into the messianic line, and through her, the thread that had started with Abraham passed through the most unlikely of hands on its way to Bethlehem, where another unlikely birth would take place in the same town, in the same family line. 1,000 years later, the kinsman redeemer himself was a portrait. The Goel had to meet 3 qualifications. He had to be a near relative, he had to have the resources to pay the price, and he had to be willing. Boaz was all 3. He was kin to Naomi's dead husband, he had the wealth to purchase the land, and he was willing, more than willing, to take Ruth as his wife and raise up offspring in the name of the dead. The parallel is not hidden. It is simply patient, waiting in the text for the reader to notice that the one who would ultimately redeem Israel would also need to be a near relative, close enough kin to represent them, with resources sufficient to pay a price beyond calculation and willing to pay it not under compulsion but out of love. These voices, taken together, the major prophets and the minor ones, the poets and the storytellers, the reluctant Jonah and the faithful Daniel, and the heartbroken Hosea, and the bewildered Habakkuk, and the foreign Ruth, formed a choir that had been singing the same song in different keys for 1,000 years. They did not know they were harmonizing. Each one heard only their own part, their own fragment of the melody, their own line of the lyric. But the conductor knew the full score, and the score was building toward a crescendo that would gather every instrument, every voice, every note that had ever been sounded, and resolve them all in a single moment, on a single day, at a single location, when everything the law and the prophets and the Psalms had been pointing toward would converge on a Friday afternoon in Jerusalem, and the thread that began in a garden would reach its destination on a hill, and the Lamb that was promised would finally, fully, irreversibly arrive. On the 10th day of Nisan, in approximately the year 30 A.D., a man rode into Jerusalem on a borrowed donkey while the city was selecting its Passover lambs. The timing was not accidental. The law had specified that the lamb was to be chosen on the 10th of the month and kept for 4 days, watched, inspected, and tested for defects. On the same day that every household in Jerusalem was bringing its lamb through the gates, Jesus entered through the same gates, and for the next 4 days he was examined. The Pharisees questioned him. The Sadducees questioned him. The Herodians questioned him. The teachers of the law tried to trap him with questions about taxes, about resurrection, about the greatest commandment, about his own authority. They turned him over in their hands the way a priest turned a lamb over in his, looking for blemishes, searching for defects, pressing every joint and examining every surface. And at the end of 4 days of relentless public interrogation, Pilate would deliver the verdict that none of them intended, but all of them confirmed. I find no fault in this man. The Lamb had been inspected. The Lamb was without blemish. On Thursday evening, the 14th of Nisan, Jesus gathered his 12 disciples in an upper room in Jerusalem to eat the Passover meal. The table was set with the elements that had been prescribed 15 centuries earlier: the roasted lamb, the unleavened bread, the bitter herbs, and the cups of wine. Every Jewish family in Jerusalem was eating the same meal, telling the same story, reciting the same words. But in this room, on this night, the meal was about to be re-narrated from the inside. Jesus took the bread. He gave thanks. He broke it. And he said something that no rabbi had ever said over the Passover bread, something that must have frozen the disciples mid-chew. This is my body, given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. The bread that had always represented the haste of the Exodus, the unleavened urgency of a people fleeing slavery, was now being identified with the body of the man breaking it. The bread was him. The thing being torn apart and handed around the table was a picture of what was about to happen to the person doing the tearing. Then he took the cup, the third cup of the Passover meal, the cup of redemption. He gave thanks and offered it to them, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for you for the forgiveness of sins. Drink from it, all of you." The wine was him. The red liquid filling their cups was a representation of what would, within hours, be running down the wood of a Roman cross. And the word he used was covenant, the same word God had used with Abraham in the dark when the fire pot and the torch passed through the pieces. A covenant ratified in blood. A promise sealed by the death of the one who made it. The Passover meal that had always looked backward, toward Egypt, toward the firstborn spared, toward the Lamb whose blood marked the door, was now being turned around to face forward, toward a new exodus, a new deliverance, a new Lamb whose blood would mark not doorframes, but human hearts. Judas left the table. John records the moment with a brevity that carries the full weight of the night. As soon as Judas had taken the bread, he went out, and it was night. The bread that Jesus had just identified with his own body was the last thing Judas ate before walking into the dark to complete the transaction. The friend who had shared the bread had lifted his heel. The psalm had landed. And the darkness that swallowed Judas was not merely the absence of daylight. It was the atmosphere of the act he was about to perform, thick and final and without stars. They sang a hymn and went out to the Mount of Olives. The hymn was almost certainly the Hallel, Psalms 113 through 118, the traditional closing of the Passover liturgy. The last psalm in the sequence contains the line, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Jesus sang those words with his own voice, on his own lips, on the night before the builders would reject him, and the singing was the last normal thing he did before the weight of what was coming settled onto his shoulders like a mountain. They crossed the Kidron Valley. The detail is John's, and it is worth pausing on. The Kidron was the valley that ran between the Temple Mount and the Mount of Olives. And during Passover, the blood of the thousands of lambs slaughtered at the temple was channeled through drains that emptied into this valley. As Jesus crossed the Kidron on his way to Gethsemane, he walked through a valley running red with the blood of the Passover lambs. He walked through the evidence of every sacrifice that had preceded his, every throat cut, every life poured out, every basin of blood splashed against the bronze altar, and he walked toward the place where all of those sacrifices would be rendered obsolete. Gethsemane. The name means oil press, a garden of olive trees on the western slope of the Mount of Olives, a place where olives were crushed to extract their oil. Jesus went there to pray, and what happened in that garden was not prayer as most people understand it. It was a confrontation with the full scope of what the next 18 hours would contain, and the confrontation nearly killed him before the cross had a chance to. He took Peter, James, and John, the inner circle, the three who had seen the transfiguration, and he said to them, "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." Then he went a little farther, fell with his face to the ground, and prayed, "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will." The cup. In the Old Testament, the cup of God's wrath was a recurring image, a vessel filled with the undiluted fury of divine judgment against sin. Jeremiah spoke of it. Isaiah spoke of it. The psalmist spoke of it. The cup was not merely suffering. It was not merely crucifixion. It was the full, concentrated, unmitigated wrath of a holy God against every sin ever committed by every human being who had ever lived, compressed into a single experience and handed to one man to drink. Jesus was not asking to avoid pain. He was asking whether the cup could be avoided, whether there was another way, whether the math of redemption could be solved with a different equation. There was no other way. The cup could not pass. If it could have, it would have. If God could have saved humanity by any means other than the death of his Son, he would have. The cross was not plan B. It was the only plan, the plan set in place before the foundation of the world, and the Son, who had agreed to it in eternity, was now facing the reality of it in time, and the reality was so overwhelming that Luke, the physician, records a detail that no other gospel writer includes. His sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. The medical term is hematidrosis, a condition in which extreme distress causes capillaries near the sweat glands to rupture, mixing blood with perspiration. It is rare, documented, and produced only by levels of anguish that the human body is not designed to sustain. The oil press was crushing the olive, and what came out was blood. He returned to the disciples and found them sleeping. 3 times he went back to pray. 3 times he came back to find them unconscious. "Could you not keep watch for 1 hour?" he asked Peter, the same Peter who had sworn hours earlier that he would die before he would deny Jesus. Peter could not stay awake. The flesh was weak, and the spirit, however willing, was housed in a body that chose sleep over solidarity. Then the torches appeared through the trees. Judas arrived with a detachment of soldiers and officials from the chief priests and the Pharisees, carrying lanterns and weapons. The signal was a kiss, the most intimate form of greeting, repurposed as an instrument of betrayal. "The one I kiss is the man. Arrest him," Judas had told them. He approached Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. Jesus answered, "Do what you came for, friend." He called him friend. In the act of being handed over to his executioners, with the taste of Judas's lips still on his cheek, Jesus called the traitor friend. Peter drew a sword and cut off the ear of the high priest's servant, a man named Malchus. Jesus healed the ear, repaired the damage his own disciple had done to the servant of the man who was about to orchestrate his death, and told Peter to put the sword away. "Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way? 12 legions, 72,000 angels, enough firepower to vaporize every soldier in the garden and every authority in Jerusalem and every empire on the planet. The power was available. The rescue was one prayer away. And Jesus refused to pray it, because the scriptures said it must happen this way, and the scriptures were the script, and the script had been written before the world began, and the actor knew his lines, even when the lines were killing him. The disciples fled, every one of them. The shepherd was struck, and the sheep scattered into the dark, exactly as the prophet had written. The man who had chosen them, trained them, loved them, washed their feet, and broken bread with them, was left alone in the hands of men who wanted him dead. Mark records an odd detail. A young man, wearing nothing but a linen garment, was following Jesus when the soldiers seized him too. He pulled free, leaving the cloth behind, and ran away naked into the night. The detail serves no narrative purpose unless it is a witness confessing his own cowardice, and many scholars believe the young man was Mark himself, including his own flight in his own gospel as a kind of signature of shame. The trials were a sequence of illegalities so brazen that they would have been farcical if the outcome had not been lethal. Jesus was brought first to Annas, the former high priest, and father-in-law of Caiaphas, the current high priest. This was an informal hearing, an interrogation designed to build a case before the official proceedings. Annas questioned him about his disciples and his teaching. Jesus answered, "I have spoken openly to the world. I always taught in synagogues or at the temple, where all the Jews come together. I said nothing in secret. Why question me? Ask those who heard me. Surely they know what I said." One of the officials struck him in the face. "Is this the way you answer the high priest?" Jesus replied, "If I said something wrong, testify as to what is wrong. But if I spoke the truth, why did you strike me?" The servant of Isaiah's prophecy had offered his cheek to those who struck him. The prophecy was being enacted in real time, blow by blow. Caiaphas convened the Sanhedrin in the middle of the night, a violation of their own judicial procedures which prohibited capital trials after dark. Witnesses were brought forward, but their testimony did not agree. The law required 2 or 3 witnesses whose accounts were consistent, and the prosecution could not produce them. The case was collapsing. Caiaphas, desperate, stood up and asked Jesus directly, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One?" Jesus answered, "I am. And you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One and coming on the clouds of heaven." Caiaphas tore his robes, the ritual gesture of outrage at blasphemy, the same act that was specifically forbidden to the high priest under Levitical law. The man charged with representing the nation before God was so consumed by the need to destroy this particular defendant that he violated his own sacred office to do it. "Why do we need any more witnesses?" he said. "You have heard the blasphemy. What do you think?" They all condemned him as worthy of death. Then they blindfolded him and struck him, saying, "Prophesy! Who hit you?" They turned the prophet into a game. Peter was in the courtyard below, warming himself by a fire, when a servant girl recognized him. "You also were with that Nazarene, Jesus," she said. Peter denied it. She said it again to the bystanders. He denied it again. A little later, the bystanders pressed him. "Surely you are one of them, for you are a Galilean." Peter began to curse and swear. "I don't know this man you're talking about." The rooster crowed. And Luke adds the detail that breaks the scene open. The Lord turned and looked straight at Peter. Across the courtyard, through the crowd, through the torchlight and the smoke from the fire, Jesus looked at the man who had just denied him for the third time, and Peter remembered the words Jesus had spoken. "Before the rooster crows today, you will disown me 3 times." Peter went outside and wept bitterly, the weeping of a man who had discovered, in the worst possible way, that his courage was a lie and his promises were smoke. In the morning, they brought Jesus to Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor, because the Sanhedrin did not have the authority to carry out a death sentence. Pilate interrogated him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered, "You have said so." The charges were political. This man claims to be a king, a rival to Caesar, a threat to Roman order. Pilate saw through it immediately. He knew the priests had handed Jesus over out of envy, not patriotism. He tried to release him. He sent him to Herod, who mocked him and sent him back. He offered the crowd a choice, invoking the Passover custom of releasing one prisoner, Jesus or Barabbas. Barabbas was a murderer and an insurrectionist. He had done the very things Jesus was falsely accused of: violence against the state, shedding of blood, disruption of the peace. The choice was presented to the crowd: the innocent man or the guilty one, the lamb without blemish or the criminal with blood on his hands. "Which of the two do you want me to release to you?" Pilate asked. "Barabbas," they shouted. "What shall I do, then, with Jesus, who is called the Messiah?" "Crucify him." "Why? What crime has he committed?" But they shouted all the louder, "Crucify him!" Pilate washed his hands. He took water and performed a public ablution, as though a basin of water could clean the guilt of what he was about to authorize. "I am innocent of this man's blood," he said. "It is your responsibility." The crowd answered with words that would haunt the centuries. "His blood is on us and on our children." They asked for the blood to be on them, not knowing that the blood on them was the very thing that could save them, that the blood they called down as a curse was the blood that would be offered as atonement, that the stain they invited was the covering they needed. Barabbas walked free. The guilty man was released. The innocent man was condemned. And in that exchange, the mechanics of substitution were enacted one final time, not in the tabernacle, not with goats, not in symbol, but in the flesh, in the open air, in front of a crowd. The guilty goes free because the innocent takes his place. That was the entire sacrificial system, compressed into a single judicial decision, performed not by a priest, but by a pagan governor who understood neither what he was doing nor why. They flogged him. Roman scourging was not a beating. It was a systematic destruction of the human back. The flagrum, a whip embedded with bone and metal, tore the skin in strips, exposing muscle and sometimes the rib cage beneath. Many prisoners died from scourging alone. Jesus survived it, barely. And the soldiers, seeing an opportunity for entertainment, twisted together a crown of thorns and pressed it into his scalp. They put a purple robe on him and mocked him. "Hail, King of the Jews!" They struck him in the face, again and again. They spat on him. They knelt in mock worship. The thorns were from the cursed ground, the same ground that had been condemned to produce thorns and thistles in the garden when the first sin was committed. The curse of the earth was pressed, into the brow of the man who had come to bear the curse. They led him out to be crucified. He carried his own cross, or the crossbeam of it, through the streets of Jerusalem, through the same streets the Passover lambs had been led through the day before. When his body failed under the weight, the soldiers conscripted a man named Simon from Cyrene, a city in North Africa, to carry the cross the rest of the way. Simon was a passer-by, a pilgrim who had come to Jerusalem for the feast and found himself suddenly, involuntarily, bearing the instrument of execution on his back. Mark identifies Simon as the father of Alexander and Rufus, names that meant something to the early church, which means that Simon's encounter with the cross of Jesus on that Friday morning changed the trajectory of his family forever. The man who was forced to carry the cross became a follower of the one who died on it. They reached Golgotha. The soldiers offered Jesus wine mixed with myrrh, a mild anesthetic that would have dulled the pain. He tasted it and refused it. He would drink the cup his father had given him, but he would not drink the one that would blunt his consciousness. He chose to be fully present for every moment of what was about to happen. The full weight, the full pain, the full awareness, nothing numbed, nothing dimmed, nothing spared. They crucified him at the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning. The nails went through his wrists and his feet, pinning him to the wood. The cross was raised, and the man who had been walking freely through Galilee 3 years earlier was now suspended between earth and sky, unable to move, barely able to breathe, dying in the slowest and most public way the Roman Empire could devise. The charge was posted above his head in 3 languages, Aramaic, Latin, and Greek, so that every literate person in Jerusalem could read it. Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. Pilate had written it, and when the chief priests objected, asking him to change it to, "This man claimed to be the King of the Jews," Pilate refused. "What I have written, I have written." The pagan governor, who had handed Jesus over against his own judgment, insisted on the wording with a stubbornness that bordered on the prophetic. The sign said what it said. The man on the cross was what the sign declared, whether Pilate understood it or not. 2 criminals were crucified with him, one on his right and one on his left. He was numbered with the transgressors. One of the criminals hurled insults. "Aren't you the Messiah? Save yourself and us!" The other rebuked him. "Don't you fear God, since you are under the same sentence? We are punished justly, for we are getting what our deeds deserve. But this man has done nothing wrong." Then he said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus answered from the cross, in the middle of his own execution, with the generosity of a king distributing gifts from his throne, "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." The criminal who deserved death received paradise. The man who had nothing to offer but his guilt received everything. The exchange was happening in real time on adjacent crosses, and the mechanism was identical to every sacrifice that had preceded it. The guilty one goes free because the innocent one takes his place. At noon, darkness fell over the whole land. For 3 hours, from the 6th hour to the 9th, the sun refused to shine. The darkness was not an eclipse. Passover falls at the full moon, and solar eclipses cannot occur during a full moon. This was something else, something outside the natural order, as though creation itself was recoiling from what was happening on the hill, as though the sky was closing its eyes. The darkness at noon recalled the 9th plague, the 3 days of palpable darkness that had fallen over Egypt before the final judgment. It recalled Joel's prophecy. The sun turned to darkness before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. The light that had been spoken into existence on the first day of creation was, for 3 hours, withdrawn, and the world returned to the state it had occupied before God said, "Let there be light." In the darkness, at the 9th hour, 3 in the afternoon, the hour the evening lamb was slaughtered at the temple, Jesus cried out in a loud voice, "Eloi, Eloi, lema sabachthani?" My God, why have you forsaken me?" The opening line of the psalm David had written 1,000 years earlier was now being spoken by the one David had been writing about. The words were not a quotation. They were an experience. The Son, who had existed in unbroken communion with the Father since before time began, who had never known a moment of separation, who had lived inside the fellowship of the Trinity the way a fish lives inside water, was now cut off. The sin of the world, placed on his shoulders in Gethsemane, had created a barrier between the Son and the Father that had never existed before, and the cry from the cross was the sound of that barrier slamming shut. The forsaking was real. It was not theater. It was not metaphor. For the first and only time in eternity, the Father turned his face away from the Son because the Son was carrying the sin, and the Father cannot look upon sin. And the cost of substitution is not merely physical death, but spiritual abandonment. The full weight of the separation that sin produces, absorbed in a single afternoon by a single man. Jesus said, "I thirst." They lifted a sponge soaked in wine vinegar to his lips on a branch of hyssop, the same plant that had been used to apply the Passover blood to the doorframes in Egypt. The hyssop had come full circle. It had carried the blood of the first lamb to the first doorframe, and now it carried the sour wine to the lips of the final lamb, and the circle closed with a plant. Then Jesus said, "It is finished." The Greek word is tetelestai. It was not a whimper, it was a declaration. The word was used in commercial transactions to mean paid in full. It was stamped on receipts, written across invoices, spoken when a debt had been completely discharged and no further payment was required. Jesus did not say, "I am finished," as though he were merely announcing his death. He said, "It is finished," as though he were announcing the completion of a project that had been underway since the foundation of the world. The debt was paid. The sacrifice was complete. The blood that had been promised in the garden, pictured on the altar, applied to the doorframe, sprinkled on the mercy seat, and prophesied by 1,000 voices across 1,000 years, had now been poured out in full, and the account was closed. Tetelestai, paid, done, finished. He bowed his head and gave up his spirit. The phrasing is deliberate. He was not killed. He gave up his spirit. He released it, voluntarily, at the moment he chose, with the authority of one who had said, "No one takes my life from me, but I lay it down of my own accord. I have authority to lay it down, and authority to take it up again." The lamb did not fight the knife. The offering did not resist the fire. The Son consented, and the consent was the final act of a will that had been aligned with the Father's since before the stars were hung. And at that moment, in the temple, the veil was torn in two from top to bottom. Not from bottom to top, which would suggest human hands pulling it apart. From top to bottom. The tear began at the ceiling and ripped downward, as though an invisible hand had seized the top of the curtain and pulled it open like a man tearing a garment in grief. The barrier between the holy place and the most holy place, the thick, heavy, woven partition that had separated God from his people since the wilderness, the fabric embroidered with cherubim that had guarded the way since Eden, was ripped apart at the exact moment the Lamb died. The way was open. The cherubim were no longer barring the entrance. The flaming sword had been sheathed. The road that had been closed since the garden was open again, and the door that no high priest could enter except once a year, carrying blood, trembling, wearing a rope on his ankle, was now open to anyone, at any time, through the blood of the one who had just said, "Finished." The earth shook, the rocks split, tombs broke open. The centurion, standing at the foot of the cross, A Roman soldier who had likely supervised dozens of crucifixions and had never seen one end like this, said, "Surely this man was the Son of God." The first person to confess the identity of the crucified Christ after his death was not a disciple, not a priest, not a prophet. It was a pagan soldier standing in the wreckage of an earthquake, staring up at a dead man on a cross, and understanding, in a flash of intuition that bypassed everything he had been taught, that what had just happened was not an execution. It was something else entirely. They took the body down. Joseph of Arimathea, the rich man Isaiah had written about 7 centuries earlier, provided his own tomb. Nicodemus, the Pharisee who had once come to Jesus at night and heard him speak of the serpent lifted in the wilderness, brought 75 pounds of myrrh and aloes for the burial. They wrapped the body in linen, placed it in the tomb, and rolled a stone across the entrance. Pilate, at the request of the chief priests, posted a guard and sealed the stone. The authorities wanted to make sure the dead man stayed dead. They remembered, even if the disciples had forgotten, that Jesus had said something about rising on the 3rd day, and they were not taking chances. Friday passed. Saturday passed. The longest Sabbath in history crawled by in silence. The body in the tomb, the disciples in hiding, the stones sealed, the guards posted, the world holding its breath. On Sunday morning, at first light, the women came to the tomb with spices to anoint the body. They found the stone rolled away. The tomb was empty. The linen wrappings were lying where the body had been, and the cloth that had covered his face was folded separately, placed aside by itself, the action of someone who was not in a hurry, who had not been dragged from the tomb by thieves, who had woken up, removed the grave clothes, folded the face cloth with deliberate care, and walked out. The angel's message was simple and shattering. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. 3 days, the sign of Jonah. The prophet went into the belly of the great fish and came out on the 3rd day. The Son of Man went into the belly of the earth and came out on the 3rd morning. The sign had been given, and it was exactly the sign Jesus had promised. Not spectacle, not theater, not angels writing in the sky, but a man going into the ground and coming back again, alive, breathing, eating fish on the beach, showing his wounds to the doubters, walking through locked doors, and speaking the name of a woman standing in a garden weeping, who had mistaken him for the gardener. Mary. He said her name, and she recognized his voice, and she turned, and it was him. And the garden where she found him alive echoed the garden where everything had died. The story that began in a garden ended in a garden. The first Adam had been placed in a garden and brought death. The last Adam rose in a garden and brought life. The symmetry was not poetic license. It was architecture. Later that day, 2 disciples were walking to a village called Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem, talking about everything that had happened. A stranger fell into step with them. They did not recognize him. He asked what they were discussing, and they told him, astonished that anyone in the vicinity of Jerusalem could have missed the events of the weekend. They told him about Jesus of Nazareth, a prophet, powerful in word and deed before God and all the people, who had been handed over to be sentenced to death and crucified. But we had hoped that he was the one who was going to redeem Israel, they said. And the past tense of their hope was the saddest verb in the sentence. The stranger replied, "How foolish you are, and how slow to believe all that the prophets have spoken. Did not the Messiah have to suffer these things and then enter his glory?" And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he explained to them what was said in all the scriptures concerning himself. All the scriptures. Beginning with Moses. He started where this story started, in the garden, with the seed of the woman, with the skins that covered the shame, with the blood that cried from the ground. He walked them through Abraham on the mountain, through Joseph in the pit, through the lamb on the doorpost, through the tabernacle in the wilderness, through the goat that died and the goat that disappeared, through the serpent on the pole, through David's songs and Isaiah's servant and Jonah's fish and Daniel's den, and every thread that had been woven across 15 centuries of history. He showed them how every sacrifice pointed to his sacrifice, how every priest pointed to his priesthood, how every lamb pointed to his death, how every temple pointed to his body, how every Passover pointed to his blood. He opened the scriptures the way you open a curtain, and behind the curtain, in every room, on every page, in every verse, was the same face, his own. When they reached Emmaus, he made as if to go farther, but they urged him to stay. He sat at their table. He took bread. He gave thanks. He broke it. And in the breaking of the bread, their eyes were opened, and they recognized him, and he vanished from their sight. They looked at each other, shaking, burning, undone. "Were not our hearts burning within us," they said, "while he talked with us on the road and opened the scriptures to us?" The scriptures had been opened. The thread had been traced from beginning to end. The lamb slain in the garden, the ram caught in the thicket, the blood on the doorpost, the goat led into the wilderness, the serpent raised on the pole, the songs of the suffering king, the silence of the servant, the prophet vomited from the grave. All of it, every detail, every shadow, every strange and seemingly disconnected moment in the long history of God's dealings with his people, had been pointing here, to this table, to this bread, to this man, to the hands that broke it. Hands that still bore the marks of the nails, hands that were wounded and alive simultaneously, holding out bread to two bewildered travelers who had walked 7 miles with God and not known it. The story had been telling itself for centuries, in the blood of animals and the ink of prophets, and the tears of fathers and the songs of kings. It told itself in smoke rising from bronze altars, and in crimson thread tied to the horns of goats. It told itself in the architecture of a tent and the geometry of a mercy seat. It told itself in the belly of a fish and in the sealed mouth of a lion's den. And now, at last, the story had arrived at its own meaning, and the meaning was a person, and the person was alive, and he was breaking bread, and the bread was his body, and the body had been broken for them and for us, and for everyone who would ever hear the story and recognize in its long and winding thread the shape of a love that had been planning their rescue since before the first star was lit.